Farrell, the former SNL star, is dusting off one of his best impressions in the latest episode of Jimmy Fallon's musical game show, That's My Jam. For the challenge, Jay was tasked with singing the classic nursery rhyme, Mary Had a Little Lamb, as none other than rapper Jay-Z.
Put your hands up, yeah. Put your hands up, yeah. Mary had a little lamb. Its fleece was white as snow. Yeah. And everywhere that child went, that lamb was sure to go.
Oh my God! Spot on.
Spot on.
Wow.
Spot on. He's so talented.
Man.
And finally, Batman. A new international trailer is out for Robert Pattinson's upcoming take on the Caped Crusader. The preview also teases the incredible Paul Dano as he's playing supervillain the Riddler as he plans his attack on Gotham and Bruce Wayne himself. Here's a look at that.
I've always loved little puzzles.
What are we looking for? More symbols. Jesus' next victim is Bruce Wayne.
It can be cruel, poetic, or blind.
I want to see more.
So do I.
So good.
Want to see
the latest chapter in DC's Batman's going to also see Zoe Kravitz star as Catwoman and Colin Farrell's in the role as the Penguin. So that movie's scheduled to hit theaters on March 4th. All right, and now on to the reason that we call this show Pop Start Plus. First up, Tom Holland. That's right, Spider-Man, the actor, is showing off some new swinging stunts and a behind-the-scenes look from his next big project called Uncharted. He stars alongside Mark Wahlberg in the action-adventure comedy, where Tom says he took on one of the hardest action sequences of his career. Check it out.
The sequence when we're flying out the back of the plane on the boxes, I mean, we must have shot that for 5 weeks, almost every day. At times, I'd be like 100 feet in the air, attached to a box that is spinning, and then I would basically hang on until it would throw me off. And it was really scary, but I think that level of fear just makes that scene that much more authentic. It's the hardest action sequence I've ever made.
See, Tom Cruise would have done that live. That's a difference. Uncharted hits theaters on February 18th. It looks great. And finally, Andy Cohen, the Watch What Happens Live host, is known for asking the housewives very hard-hitting questions, but he's finding out that maybe ignorance is bliss when it comes to interrogating a 2-year-old child. In a video shared to Instagram, Andy finds out where his son Ben's heart truly lies. Is it with dad or with French fries?
Hey, Ben, who do you love more, me or French fries?
French fries.
French fries?
Yeah.
Who do you love more? Who do you love more, me or ketchup? Ketchup.
Well, in little Ben's defense, those fries look pretty darn good. All right, those are your Pop Star Plus headlines. Up next, singer David Archuleta shares his journey to self-acceptance. It's coming up.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now. Weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. Welcome back to Pop Start Plus. At 18 years old, David Archuleta skyrocketed to fame on American Idol. Nearly 15 years later now, he's releasing some new music and talking openly about his own identity. Archuleta, who grew up Mormon, came out as bisexual last year, and he spoke to us about how he's come to understand who he is through music.
So in 2022, I will be kicking it off with my OK Alright tour, which was supposed to happen in 2020, but because of the pandemic, it's happening 2 years later, but I'm looking forward to that. I just finished a tour for Christmas. So that was my first tour since the pandemic. And it was just nice to be able to interact with people again and be able to sing for them and make them feel good. And it's interesting to see how music makes people so happy. And so to be able to do the OK Alright tour, this is from my Therapy Sessions album. And I just look forward to giving people therapy, really, just to give them some relief from what's, after some crazy years with pandemic life. I think it'll be nice to give people not just a fun time, but also some relief from all the craziness going on. I always like to just talk real with people when they come to a show. So I'm hoping that I hope it can almost feel like a therapy session for people, not just the songs, but the talking points and just the conversation. I want to get real with people, and hopefully people can walk away. If they had one opinion about therapy, that they could walk away with another one and thinking, hey, maybe I could benefit from this, because I've really benefited from therapy. My family has as well. I think what's interesting about it is maybe a lot of what I was dealing with, like this turmoil that I was dealing with as I was making my Therapy Sessions album and going through therapy, it still wasn't really in the forefront of my mind, like sexuality and like who I was attracted to and all those things. But it was still in the back of my mind, like subconsciously there, and causing a lot of the turmoil that I wasn't understanding at the time why I was dealing with it. And so I think it'll be really nice to be able to just look at the songs and be like, oh, I can see why that was causing me so much grief at the time and why it was so confusing. And to be able to have a different perspective on this side of it now. I won't say I have it all figured out, but at least I can have a lot more clarity on the whole situation.
A new song out tonight. Go check it out. I hope you like it. I know there's a beast inside there.
Beast is my new single that I released around Halloween time, and it kind of has that Halloween-esque feel to it as well. I wrote it literally like right before I went through this like dark pit of what do I do? I was at a point where I knew I was bisexual, but at the same time I was like, I can't give in to, as long as I act and acknowledge my opposite gender attractions, then I'm okay. But if I acknowledge the other side, then I am giving in. Almost like I'm giving into this darkness, like this bad, this wrong. It's against the Bible and against the teachings that I've been raised on all my life, from what I understand at least. And this beast started coming out, like this anger, this resentment, this frustration, this hatred that I wasn't fully aware of would just come more and more and more to the forefront. I decided to release the song because I felt like it was a pretty pivotal moment in my life of acknowledging this beast and having to learn how to dance with the beast. And actually that it wasn't so much a beast as long as I didn't hide it. What I would say to my 18-year-old self, I would say, don't be so worried about doing everything the right way, because you may have in your head what is the right way of doing things, but you'll see with time that it's there wasn't really a right way of doing it. And so don't be so hard on yourself and give yourself room to make mistakes, because even if you make a mistake, it's not the end of the world like you think it will be. It turns out to be okay, and actually mistakes are a way that you can receive a lot of growth that you need to become a better, smarter, stronger person. To anyone who may be struggling with their own identity, I would just say, please just give yourself compassion. Don't be hard on yourself. Allow yourself to look at yourself fully, even the scary parts, the beast sides that you may be afraid to reveal or allow to bubble up to the surface. just allow that to come forward and without judging yourself. And you'll find a lot of relief from doing that, a lot of ease, a lot of burdens lifted from you, and a lot of discovery of who you are for your whole self, the good, bad, and the ugly. All of it is you. And I think it is important to give yourself the room to acknowledge all of yourself so that you can love every single part of what makes you who you are.
We should mention David's tour starts next month, so look for him soon in a city near you. Next up, Savannah's chat with Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor. That's next.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? We began our across-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the side of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
And we're back. Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor is committed to giving back, a theme that she explores in a new children's book. It's called Just Help: How to Build a Better World, and she told Savannah all about it.
If you are wondering how to encourage your kids to pry their eyes away from a screen and get involved in their communities, this is for you. Supreme Court Justice Sonia Sotomayor is out with a beautiful new picture book. It's called Just Help: How to Build a Better World. It's available in English and in Spanish, and it is filled with ways that kids of all ages can help their friends and their neighbors in big ways and small ways. And Justice Sotomayor joins us now. Good morning, Madam Justice. It's nice to see you.
Good morning, Savannah. It's wonderful to be here with you today.
Well, I really loved paging through this book and then learning that it was inspired by your own mom. I know she passed away recently. What do you think she would have thought about this tribute to her?
Oh, she would have been just delighted. I was just exchanging emails with a friend this morning, and they were congratulating me on the new book and telling me how pleased Mom would be. And I wrote back, this morning Mom would have gotten up with a big smile and waited to see me on television. And I know she's doing that right now.
Oh, no question about it. And the illustrations, which is how I first judge any children's book as a mom myself, you got to have good pictures. They're adorable. We see Mommy and we see little Sonia. And your mom in this book, she asks the question of little Sonia every day: how will you help today? Why did you think that was a good idea for a children's book?
Well, you know, people think about civic participation as being just limited to being elected a government official of some kind, like the president does public service, or maybe the people who go into the military do public service. I don't think that kids, and many adults don't realize, that public service is not just those big acts of getting elected and making changes that way, but it's the little things that each of us does every day to improve our communities. And so for me, Mom's question always reminded me that things don't happen just because. They happen because each of us purposely acts. Each of us thinks about ways every day of improving the world.
And we're seeing,
or that's what we should do.
We're seeing images from the book, and I remember years ago, Justice Sotomayor, we walked together in your old neighborhood in the Bronx when your memoir came out, and once again, that neighborhood feels like a character in this book too. It's about that community. It's a love story for that community, but also just for community in general, teaching kids about caring for the place around them in little ways and in big ways.
Yes, small steps and big steps. I don't know how many of you remember Neil Armstrong when he landed on the moon. He said, that's one step for man and a giant leap for mankind. Changes in the world don't happen always in giant leaps. It takes every one of us purposely looking at the world around us and saying, how do I make it better today? What can I do to improve things? And if we each did that, we would be living in a better world.
Well, I know that you are not permitted to discuss any case or controversy before the Supreme Court in this interview, and I'm not even going to try it. But let me ask you this, just generally. There is concern that the court as an institution, its credibility has been falling. A recent Gallup poll found that just 54% of Americans have a great deal or a fair amount of trust in the court. How much do you worry about that, the court as an institution, and how the public sees it?
I think all of us worry about that. We think about ways in which we can comport ourselves among ourselves to ensure that the public has confidence in what we're doing. I do need to discuss this a little bit with the public to assure them that one of the hardest things about our work is that there are no easy answers. Reasonable people can disagree. In fact, we only take cases when there are circuit splits. I shouldn't say only, but largely, most of our case docket is when the courts below have disagreed. And because of that, obviously, just as the larger society disagrees about the answers to some of our problems, so does the court. And if you bear that in mind, perhaps the public can be more accepting of the kind of work we do.
And finally, I noted that this is your fourth children's book, and I had to laugh because I've read a few court opinions, and you've written a few court opinions. That's pretty dense writing. Is there something about writing children's book that's kind of a relief?
Absolutely. It's wonderful. I have to tell you, it's somehow harder to write a children's book than an adult book, because in a children's book, you have to think about every word. You are limited to 1,800, 1,900 words. And every word has to mean something and has to convey an image to a child that they can see clearly in their own minds. And for that reason, it's a harder book to write. It's harder to be concise than to just keep writing what one's thinking.
I thought you were going to say writing a children's book is harder than a Supreme Court opinion, but I could see that. I know you love to go out on book tour and hug the kids. You've been doing virtual tour, but hopefully you'll get out on the road again soon. Justice Sonia Sotomayor, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Savannah.
And again, the book is called Just Help. You can find out more about it on our website, today.com.
Justice Sotomayor's book, Just Help, is available today of all days, so go get it. Still ahead, a special clip from the vault to honor the late Meatloaf.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show.
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Welcome back. The entertainment world lost a star last week when Meat Loaf passed away at the age of 74, a singer and actor. He was best known for his powerful voice, and in his honor, we pulled this 1993 visit to Today from the vault.
Marvin, aka Meat Loaf, how you doing? Good morning.
Good, but that was funny. I like that. I have my own. I have my own script up on the prompter there.
You like that one?
Yeah, it said Meatloaf. And then I was supposed to say
you were
good morning.
supposed to say good morning.
That's
I like
right.
that.
Okay, so I will.
Okay.
I won't blow the script. Good morning.
We'll get to the name a little bit later. Let's first off talk about where you've been. Why so long between albums?
I have no answer for that, Bryant. I have none whatsoever. It just took a long time between records. I do have one answer in 1978. This was before I saw you on an airplane the last time I've seen you. Was in 1978, it was just stardom was a bit much for me. And so I had what they call a nervous breakdown. And it took me about 9 months to recover. And because I didn't ever want to. You see, I like having people come up to me and say to me, "Oh, Meat, that was great. I saw you last night. I really enjoyed your show." Or I like the guy that just passed me in the hallway as I was coming in here, went, "Great new record. Thanks."
And walked past.
And kept going. And all the trappings, I like that because I'm a performer and I like people to acknowledge what I do, and any performer.
But you don't want the stuff about, "Oh, look what you got in your shopping basket here."
Yeah, and so I was prepared for the success as the performer, but not the success as the star.
Is it realistic to think that, hey, you can take off 16 years and come back and pick up where you left off?
Oh, I don't have a clue, Brian. I don't know that. All I know is that I work, and I just keep working, and thank God, and knock on this wood over here, Brian, I've been doing this for 25 years. And I've always done this.
Why?
Was that okay if I knocked on your
that's
table?
Cool. You can have
it. Okay, thanks,
look,
Brian. I appreciate
it. Why Bat Out of Hell 2? Why basically something that says, okay, I'm going to continue on with the first one. Why not just a fresh approach?
Why we called it Bat Out of Hell 2 is because it was a reuniting of the two people that did Bat Out of Hell. That's Jim Steinman and myself. And that's why we called it Bat Out of Hell 2, for no other reason. And Back into Hell is because Jimmy's joke about my nervous breakdown. I said, "Jimmy, why do we want to say Back into Hell?" He goes, "Because remember what you were like when Bat Out of Hell came?" He goes, "That's where you're going again." I said, "Oh boy, thanks, Jim."
Are you psychologically prepared for the possibility that it may not even approach the success of the first one?
Oh, absolutely.
Wouldn't bother you?
No, because it's already successful to me in January before it ever came out. Because really, what I'm about and what I've always been about is the work.
How do we categorize your work these days? How would you characterize it?
I say it is rock and roll, but it has a theatrical attitude. And what I mean by that is the music is not derived from piano or constructed from musical terms. It's constructed from scenes.
Another change from right after first Bat Out of Hell to this one is there is a lot less Meat Loaf today than there was.
Oh, you say the darndest things, Brian.
What are you, 100 pounds lighter?
Yep, 80, about 85.
About 80? Because you were big even when you were little.
Oh, yeah, that's why I got the name. I was like this high and weighed about 6,000 pounds. I weigh less today than I did when I was 12.
One final one.
Final one, Brian, I'm just getting started
I know,
here.
You're just getting warm. Look, when I introduced you, I said, "Good morning, Marvin, a.k.a. Meat Loaf."
Well,
now wait a second.
Michael.
Marvin, right? Michael Lee Aday?
Michael
Lee Aday, right?
See, let me tell you where that came from.
The story changes all the time.
No, but I'm telling you.
You took my table. I was going to throw it down here.
Oh, here, no, I'll give you back your table, Brent. No, I want you to have your table. It's so nice. You see, I have my own table over here, Brent. No, a long time ago, somebody said, so your real name's Marvin? And I looked at this guy and I went, yeah. And so he printed it, and so that kept going, but it's Michael.
All right, Michael Lee Aday. Now, the story of how you became Meatloaf seems to change hour to hour.
It does.
Give me the latest.
Okay. So now, I'm just going to practice this on you, okay?
You expect me to buy it?
I don't expect you to buy it. This is a practice. Okay. This is for later on. This is for the people who aren't you, okay?
Go ahead.
So anyway, we were flying to the West Coast, and I was only 6, and we just, I remember passing by the faces, you know, of the, what is that?
Mount Rushmore?
That's it, Mount Rushmore. Thanks, Brian, for helping me with my story.
Okay.
And the plane went down in Wyoming, and when the plane went down, nobody was killed, thank God, but I was lost for 6 days, and I had apparently crawled into a cave, and I was found by Lamar Hunt, who was elk hunting in Wyoming, and when he found me in the cave, I was in such a state of shock that he asked me my name, and the only thing I could come up with was Meatloaf.
Mm-hmm. It needs work.
It's only because I wasn't sincere with it, and I was laughing.
You put some gravy on that puppy before you trot it out again, okay?
I will, I promise.
Meat, take care of yourself.
Thanks, Bryant.
And of course, we're still sending our love to Meatloaf's fans, friends, and family. That's going to do it for this edition of Popstar Plus. We'll see you, should you dare to come back, right here tomorrow. Have a great day.
Hello and welcome to Wellness Today. I'm Chanel Jones and I am so excited to be here, kicking off our new monthly show with expert advice and practical tips to help us all physically and mentally live better today. I'm sure many of you embrace this new year with a refreshed sense of hope and a long list of goals and resolutions that may have already fallen by the wayside. Now you're stuck feeling like you failed on making this the best year yet. But you're not alone. In fact, recent studies suggest that most people give up their resolutions after only a month. So during the next 25 minutes, we're going to take it back to the basics. Forget resolutions. We're going to talk about how to form a habit, step by step. We'll find ways to make space in our day for new routines while holding ourselves accountable. And we'll take a look at how our feelings play a role in helping or hindering our progress. Plus, we have the latest products that will help inspire you to stay on track. It's all about proving to ourselves that we can build sustainable routines that we're proud of. And we are going to give you the tools to do it right here on Wellness Today. This is how to form a habit. It may seem obvious, but creating new habits does not happen by accident. Both biology and psychology can explain how simple daily actions transform into long-term practices. It's about the science. Take a look. Turning on the coffee pot first thing in the morning. Opening a bag of popcorn the minute you start a movie. Research says there's a reason these habits come so naturally.
Over 40% of what we do is actually determined by our habits, not by our decisions. Habits are rituals and behaviors that we learn so well that we end up performing them automatically. This is necessary because it allows us to carry out some essential activities that we need to do every day, like brushing our teeth or taking a shower.
Our brains are wired to help us repeat habits, both good and bad.
There's a certain part of the brain that's called the basal ganglia, and this plays a crucial role in the way in which we form habits.
But why does it feel like creating bad habits are easier?
They tend to have immediate rewards that can stimulate our brain reward system. When people eat junk food, it activates that dopamine system in the brain, and that strengthens those neural communications that lay the groundwork for the habit. The behavior becomes automated. And this is why people sometimes find that they'll mindlessly keep sticking their hand into a bag of chips and eating them. People return to their old habits quite often because those neural pathways that are established never actually get deleted. On the other hand, good habits don't always have an immediate reward. Exercising every day is a great habit, but if you're out of shape, it's not going to feel the immediate reward right away.
The key, tap into science of habits to work to your advantage.
We can create a good habit in the same way that we create bad ones, but repetition is key.
How long it takes to create a new habit is still up for debate.
Some people suggest that 21 days or 30 days is how long it takes. And so the number is going to vary depending on the circumstances that the individual is in. But if you really want to form a good habit, you have to stick with it. It's not going to happen overnight.
Persistence, that is key. So now that we've learned a little about the science of habits, how do you find the time for new ones? Joining us to answer that is Eve Rodsky. She is a high-achieving career woman and mom of 3, as am I, so she certainly gets it as the best-selling author of Find Your Unicorn Space, Reclaim Your Creative Life in a Too Busy World. I love that. She empowers women to own their time. Welcome. Thank you for talking with us.
Oh, thanks for having me, Chanel. It's so great to be here.
Oh, let's dig in here. First of all, talk to me about how you define unicorn space. I think it's like a space for active pursuits, right, that make us all come alive. So talk to us about what that is and then how you find the space and the time to do that.
We often say things like we want to find time, but Chanel, I'm here to tell you we can never find time. Time is finite, time is diamonds. And so this is really about creating a habit to include unicorn space, those space for active pursuits in your daily habits and routine.
You know, it's so interesting. I even like the title Unicorn Space. So I have a 9-year-old daughter and all of her friends are obsessed with unicorns and pandas. So I've got glitter everywhere. And when I think of little girls and freedom, I think of unicorns and rainbows and all those things. And then when we become adults, I almost feel like we lose that sense of wonder. And so I like the concept of unicorn space because it's like our inner girl, right? Our inner happy place, whatever that passion may be. So can you talk to me about, I guess, a technique for us to try to find space to do those things? One of them I think is interesting. You call it time blocking. Can you explain what that is?
Well, Chanel, the research shows us that people think they're going to be less busy in 3 months. And so they wait to do their unicorn space, their active pursuits. They say, I'll learn a new language over the summer, or I'll do it when I'm less busy. That never happens. So instead, what we have to do is recognize that we're never going to be less busy in the future. So we have to time block now. And that means putting it actively on our calendar, scheduling it like a doctor's appointment or a work appointment, and then actually honoring that time when it comes. So that we don't say, oh, our roles as parents, partners, and professionals come first, but we recognize this time for ourselves is actually linked to our mental and physical health.
So tell me this, does this fit? So let's say I want to learn how to play the guitar or somebody wants to take up swimming. Are those the kinds of things that define a unicorn space?
Yes, it could really be anything. It could be anything that makes you come alive. And people forget that they can be more than one thing. You can be an amazing television personality, Chanel, but you could also be an acrobat. I have a man in Texas that is a chef, but he's also a bull rider. And so what it means is that we just have to start creating those habits in our daily life.
I think one thing that I struggle with, and I know a lot of my friends struggle with, is if we take that space, we feel guilty because I feel like maybe I should be doing something else. And I know a lot of people, we even call it mom guilt, if you will, or whatever you may call it, men too. So what do you do? I mean, it's an emotion that kind of sometimes, you know, a lot of people deal with. Do you have a way to combat guilt?
Absolutely. Guilt is a way that we talk to ourselves. And so it requires us talking to ourselves differently. So what I like to say is when you say, I feel guilty because, I say that to myself all the time. I feel guilty because I didn't put Anna to bed. Instead, I'll say, I made that decision because I made the decision not to put Anna to bed so I could go out to dinner with my friends because that fills my cup. And I know I need that to be a better parent.
I love that. And you know what? Again, if you change the way we think of it and you reframe that narrative, I think it makes us feel better. And I think it's good for our kids to see that too, or for people in your lives to see that you're making yourself a priority. Eve, thank you so much. Again, the book is called Find Your Unicorn Space, Reclaim Your Creative Life in a Too Busy World. So good. Very empowering. Thank you for talking with us.
Thank you.
All right. When we come back, we'll meet a group of moms who are making waves by creating a community for their own self-care. And later, the products that will inspire you to stay invested in your own good habit building. All that and more right after this.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see. It's your last Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds, 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Vanner deliberations.
All right, it just me too. We know how important it is to form healthy habits, but often it's easier said than done. We just heard how to make time for a new habit, but how do you hold yourself accountable to take action? One way, finding other people with similar goals and joining in. Surfing Moms is a nonprofit organization that provides parents with consistent meetups and reliable childcare so they can practice self-care through surfing. We spoke with 3 of the moms about how they created a community that holds them accountable for their own well-being.
It makes me feel so alive. Just because you're a mother doesn't mean you have to stop doing those adventurous things.
I'm a single mom, so I knew I needed community support. I Googled surfing moms because I love to surf and I'm a mom. And luckily, Liz had just started Surfing Moms a block from my house.
Surfing Moms essentially is a group of people that meet on the beach weekly to surf swap. We then pair up. I would look after your children while you surf, and then you'd come back after about an hour, look after my children while I surf. It just kind of kickstarted my surfing habit, which kind of had this cascading effect through my life.
You know what's totally okay? Feeling sad. I was kind of in a mode of desperation before Surfing Moms. I came from a really high achieving background. I went into motherhood this way, thinking I need to be really stellar at it. And when I was struggling mentally, I felt like a failure. Anytime you do something for yourself, you start to feel mom guilt because you're not doing something for your kids or your family. But Surfing Moms provides this environment that it's for the whole family, with the goal of really filling the mom's cup.
I definitely had severe postpartum depression and anxiety, and Surfing Moms was an integral part of my healing. I mean, what makes Surfing Moms work is that it's every week, rain or shine, surf or no surf, and I know that there's going to be a group of other moms who are going to be there and be there for my kids. It's not about the individual, it's about the community. You can't really do self-care unless you have the time and the systems and structures in place to do it.
It gave me something to look forward to every week, where I knew somebody was going to be waiting for me to arrive, and with the mentality of supporting each other, which I think is rare for moms of young children.
I also love that as girls, that my girls get to see me taking care of myself. So even though it's hard to get out of the door and it's hard to make time for Surfing Moms, it's such an integral part of our family's physical, mental, spiritual health that it's always worth it.
My goal, I suppose, is just that we can help mothers and parents and carers all over the country take care of themselves and be happier and be healthier. The waves are just the beginning. It's so much more than just catching waves.
Joining us now is a therapist and best-selling author, Nedra Tawwab. She's here to teach us ways to stay accountable to our goals, even when life so easily gets in the way. Nedra, welcome. Thank you so much for talking with us today.
Thank you for having me.
Let's dig in here. So you have 4 accountability actions to walk everyone through. So first you say choose a specific goal that is measurable. What do you mean by that?
Having some time frame in what you'll complete it, and also some measurable ways to know that you're actually doing it. It's really important to not just say, I want to move my body more, but to say, I want to move my body 4 to 5 times a week. I want to wake up and exercise for 20 minutes. Having some measurable objective tied to it really helps with goal attainment.
So next you advise people to make sure their goal is theirs. That's a good one, and not a goal they think will make them look good. Can you talk about why that's important?
Goals are better when they are personal. It is sustainable when it's personal. When we say, I love to read, I want to read more, but you don't actually like to read, it's going to be challenging to stick to that goal. Perhaps there is a way to read more in a way that you could love. Maybe it's listening to books, but really thinking about who you are and what works for you. Because for some of us, we don't like to sit down with a book. We don't like going to the gym. But what do we like to do that we can actually stick to? And it may not be what a friend or family member is doing, but something very unique to us.
This one grabbed my attention. You also say mental flexibility is important. What is mental flexibility?
Not sticking to doing things in one way. If we go back to exercise, some people will throw out the goal completely if they can't wake up and do it, or if they don't do it at lunchtime, when really you can do it at any point in the day and in any way. It could be playing a video game where maybe you dance around a bit. It could be jogging, walking. It could be any sort of thing. So when you tie yourself to the goal only being one way, such as reading, and you only can read the book, and you don't say listening or these other ways that we can take in information, we may feel like a failure. So being really flexible around what the goal looks like can help you, again, achieve the goals that you set for yourself.
Next, you say goals should be sustainable, but what does that really look like?
If we want to stick to things and really have those achievements last, we have to do things in a way that we can manage long term. Sometimes setting these big goals of, I want to read 50 books in, 50 weeks. How about 12? And if you go over, great. What if you didn't focus on weight loss, but how your clothes fit or how your body feels? If you want to drink more water, maybe saying a little bit below what, would be amazing, and saying maybe 80 ounces if you're only doing 2 cups. There are so many ways to set yourself up for success and be proud of yourself ultimately than upset at yourself for not achieving anything.
You don't even know this, but I tried not too long ago to drink more water, and I had the thermos, and it tells you when you're supposed to drink, and it was just too much. Like I couldn't do it, so I just kind of gave up, as opposed to just trying to drink more water gradually. But I think you're right. When you set yourself up for success, you're more likely to keep it. I love it. Well, you wrote the book on boundaries and setting boundaries. I know that's also important when you're trying to stay accountable. It's a great conversation. Nedra, thank you so much for your insight. One step at a time it seems to be my takeaway. You don't have to do it all at once.
Absolutely.
Coming up next, we have Dr. Mark Brackett joining us to share how emotions impact our ability to create new habits or not, and later new items for improving mindfulness, fitness, and nutrition. We'll be right back.
We began our Cross America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Wellness Today, where we're exploring how to form healthy habits. There are hundreds of human emotions that influence every decision we make, conversation we have, and yes, the habits we build. Joining us to share his research about the impact of emotions on our everyday choices is Dr. Marc Brackett. He's the director of the Yale Center for Emotional Intelligence and author of Permission to Feel. Thank you, Marc, for talking with us today.
It's great to be here with you.
So we're talking about how to build better habits. Can you connect the dots here? How does learning to identify what you're feeling then lead to better habit building?
It's an interesting question because, from our perspective, emotions drive everything from the moment you wake up in the morning till the time you go to bed at night. Your decisions, your relationships, your performance at work, your parenting. And so if we understand how we're feeling, we can better manage our feelings. Imagine you've had a rough day at work and you go home to your kids and you're sort of like really angry about something, but you don't label it properly and you don't manage it effectively. What's going to happen?
I have something here that I've never seen before that you created. It's a bracket. It's almost like with all of our emotions on it. Can you explain this bracket? I think this is a breakthrough.
It's a really cool tool that we developed at our center with a bunch of colleagues. It's based in a lot of science. And it basically says that, our feelings are a product of two dimensions. The first is pleasantness. You wake up in the morning, it's sunny out, you're saying, this is going to be a good day. Or, I'm going to pull the covers over my head and go back to bed. That's the pleasantness dimension. Then there's the energy dimension. Do you feel energized or do you feel depleted? And then you create the mood meter, these 4 quadrants, the yellow, the red, the blue, and the green. And like you said, yellow, high energy, pleasant, happy, excited, joyful, optimistic. Green, calm, content, tranquil, peaceful. Blue, down, sad, disappointed. And red is the anger and anxiety categories.
I'm looking at this, and ideally, we would like to live on the right side of this. But I've learned something about myself, right? And a lot of us want to be happy. We want to be playful. We want to be blissful because we think that that's the way we're supposed to be. And what I didn't realize until literally this moment in talking with you is that those things fall in the high energy category. So no wonder after 4 hours of a morning show, I'm exhausted. Or no wonder after you take kids to the park or you try to do these things to make other people feel better about themselves and yourself, you're exhausted. So I think it's okay, or you tell me, is it okay then? It's great to be in this yellow space, but the green space is calm, restful, blessed, serene, tranquil. Those things are good too.
It sounds pretty good to me. I could use some more of that in my life.
I know, it's true.
I think that the general message from our work is that all emotions are information. There's no such thing as a bad emotion. During this crazy time of Omicron, we're going to feel anxiety. And we don't want to tell people don't feel anxious. We just want to help people label it properly. Is it anxiety? Is it stress? Is it overwhelmed? Is it fear? And then help them strategize accordingly.
I really think if we can regulate our emotions, we're better for it. So finally then, can you give us some strategies to do that?
Sure, there's lots of buckets of strategies. I think, for most of us, when we get very activated, when we get aggravated or stressed out, we have to decrease our physiology. We got to take some deep breaths. Of course, we have to work on our self-talk. Many of us grew up with a lot of negative self-talk, and we weren't taught very much about being self-compassionate. Really importantly, social strategies are important. We all have people that when we're around them, they make us feel at ease. So I always tell people, find those people and spend more time with the people that make you feel at ease versus the people that make you walk on eggshells. And then finally, we just got to take care of our health, meaning we have to get good sleep, we have to eat healthy foods, and we got to get in some movement and exercise.
Dr. Mark Brackett, thank you so much for talking with us. Welcome back, everyone. As we've learned so far, there's a lot that goes into.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Luckily, there are a variety of tools and products designed to make our daily lives a bit easier. Shop Today editorial director Adriana Brock is here with the hottest products to keep us on track to achieve our goals when it comes to mindfulness, nutrition, and fitness. So let's start with mindfulness. Let's talk about some products that we can use to create more mindful habits. This first one, this is a habit tracking journal. It reminds me of, it's like an adult version of the sticker chart I have on the fridge for the kids.
Yeah. Hi, Chanel. Yes, exactly.
Hi.
That is exactly what this habit tracking journal is. It's a way to visualize your goals so that you can achieve them. And so whether it's drinking 8 glasses of water a day or getting steps in, you could track daily, weekly, and monthly habits on this really cool journal. And a trick that I love to use is to color code it.
Okay, so here's another colorful thing that I like. These are these cards here. What are they called? Mindfulness card set?
Yes, so these are a pack of 50 cards that are really compact, and this is a great sort of self-care ritual. There are 50 cards divided into 4 categories, like you said, rest and balance, kindness, curiosity, you name it. There's something in here for everybody, and they're designed to kind of ground you in the moment. So whether you want to reflect joy, take a moment to just stop and smell the roses, this is going to help.
This one says, may I be well, and then it's got a little meditation on the back. I love that. I love that.
Perfect.
Let's talk about the next category, which is nutrition. And we're trying to find ways to make eating healthier more approachable.
Yeah, not only is it approachable, but it's so much easier. And I think a lot of people have the misconception that eating healthy requires a ton of meal prepping and, food shopping. This takes all the guesswork out of it. It's called Daily Harvest, and they're chef-crafted meals that are fruit and vegetable based. So you're going to get delicious and nutritious meals, and they're all designed to just stick in a microwave or in, your toaster oven at home, or even just blend them up.
Is it like a monthly subscription, or do you order as you go?
So you order as you go, and here's the best part that I left out. It gets delivered straight to your door, and it starts at just $5.99.
Not bad at all. Okay, so next, Amazon Halo View Fitness Tracker. There are a lot of fitness trackers on the market. What feature sets this one apart?
Yeah, so we love this Amazon Halo View tracker. Not only is it a new buzzy product for 2022, but it goes beyond just counting your steps like every other fitness tracker out there. It actually tracks your activity. And they also have really great apps connected to it. So there's on-demand fitness classes you can read up about. There's some diet and exercise nutrition books. There's a ton of stuff that you can unlock with this simple little wrist tracker.
Okay, well, speaking of smart products, I guess I don't know why I just assumed this was just a regular jump rope. This is a smart jump rope.
So this smart jump rope is an easy way to get your cardio in for the day. It hooks up to your phone, so it keeps track of all your jump rope sessions, how long you jump rope for, all the calories that you've burned, and it'll even like give you some challenges to like get up and remind you to stay active.
And so next, this is almost like a resistance band set. You can have it at home. You can take it anywhere. What kind of workouts can you do with this set?
Yeah, so this set is pretty easy. It's affordable, and it's kind of a way to bring the at-home gym trend to your home without taking up space. These resistance bands come in a set from 10 to 50 pounds, and it comes with everything that you need. And it's also really affordable at around $25.
Thank you for your time and for doing all the hard work for us. If you want more information on these products, you can just scan the QR code below or head to today.com/shop.
Just a reminder, Today works with affiliate partners and earn a commission on products purchased through the QR code or on our links on today.com.
That was a fun show for a start, right? Thank you for joining me as we learned more deeply how to effectively form a habit. Although it might not be easy, creating healthy routines to accomplish our goals is certainly something to celebrate. So thank you to all of our experts that we talked to today, Eve, Nedra, Dr. Brackett, and Adriana for their insights and really just inspiration on habit building and for helping us stick with it. Hey, the first episode is down, and I like it. I think it's fun. I'm Chanel Jones, and we'll see you next time on Wellness Today.
New York City is home to so many iconic foods, but when the city that never sleeps wakes up for breakfast, they want a bagel with a cream cheese schmear piled high with lox.
There's no other city that makes a bagel like a New York City bagel.
I have not had good bagels in any other city.
I came out the womb eating bagels.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. If New York's known for anything, it's its bagels. And we got them all. Everything bagels, rainbow bagels, pumpkin bagels, croissant bagels, and of course you can't have them without a schmear. While the bagel first came from Poland, many food historians say its pairing with salmon and cream cheese originated right here in the Big Apple. In this town, few specialty food shops are as beloved and as historic as Russ and Daughters.
I've been waiting in line probably 15-20 minutes, but it's definitely worth it.
I like the contrast of the flavor. It's like a nice little bagel with salty lox.
Something about the salmon and cream cheese together, like I try to make it at home, but it's nothing compared to Russ and Daughters.
They've been serving premium smoked fish to hungry New Yorkers and folks from around the world for over 100 years. Just a few blocks from the store is the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Hi, Al.
Hey, how are you?
Welcome to the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Nice to see you
great
guys.
to have you here.
Thanks for having us. This is beautiful.
Thank you.
Nikki Russ Fetterman and Josh Russ Tupper are the grandchildren of the original Daughters. These cousins are fourth-generation owners, carrying on their family's culinary legacy.
So this is Russ and Daughters. This is our great-grandfather, Joel Russ, who started the business, his wife, Bella, and his 3 daughters. Josh and I have the same grandmother, Anne. She was the youngest of the 3.
Was it unusual at that time for you, because you usually would see so-and-so and sons, but to see Russ and Daughters?
Very unusual.
But, I mean, honestly, if he had had sons, it probably would have been Russ and Sons.
Well, thank goodness he didn't.
We like to think of him as a feminist, but he was a good businessman.
Joel Russ immigrated from Poland in 1907.
And he started just standing on the streets of the Lower East Side selling schmaltz herring out of a barrel. And a family could feed itself for 2 nights with 1 fish.
In 1914, he opened his first brick and mortar shop, J. Russ National Appetizing. Joel and his wife had 3 daughters, Hattie, Ida, and Ann. When they turned 11, each daughter began working with their dad. What was their relationship like with him? Because he's your dad, but he's also
your boss.
Your boss.
Yeah. And I think he cared more about being the boss and the shopkeeper. He was a new immigrant to this country who was just trying to survive and make a place for his family. And that was his focus. And he saw his children as cheap labor.
The sisters grew up learning all aspects of the business. In 1935, Hattie, Ida, and Ann became Joel's partners. The shop was renamed Russ and Daughters, making it the first in America to bear "and Daughters" in its title. When your great-grandfather decided to start Russ and Daughters, why the Lower East Side?
After Ellis Island, this was the starting off point for the majority of poor Jewish immigrants. This is where they landed and they got their start. And so he was just feeding basic food to other poor immigrants like himself.
At the turn of the century, this neighborhood was one of the most densely populated places on the planet. Many immigrants from all around the world lived in overcrowded tenement buildings, the conditions having a profound impact on their diets.
One of the things about Lower East Side Jewish food is that a lot of food wasn't made at home. When you don't have running water or when you don't have electric or gas stoves, it's really hard to do very much cooking. And so for women who are responsible for feeding their families, they had to get food from push carts, from restaurants, from bakeries.
Joel Russ was one of many vendors catering to this new population. I've always been curious, how did it come about, or from what you've heard, that somebody thought, hey, here's this round bread, we'll put some fish on it, but oh, by the way, before we do, let's put some cream cheese, some dairy on it.
Yeah. First of all, Russ and Daughters is the torchbearer of what's called appetizing. And this is a food tradition born here in New York, and it's the sister food tradition to delicatessen, both of which come up through the Jewish kosher dietary rules. You have to separate fish and dairy from meat. So a delicatessen, strictly speaking, is for meat. The appetizing store is where you go for fish and dairy, things like herring, smoked fish. When we say bagel and lox, most people we're referring to a smoked salmon, but the original bagel and lox was not with smoked salmon.
Technically, lox, or belly lox, is salmon cured in salt, which preserves fish without refrigeration. There's no smoking involved, and it's incredibly salty, so it pairs perfectly with tangy cream cheese. But who was the first person to put lox on a bagel?
So no one really knows how bagels, lox, and cream cheese all came together. We know that bagels come from Eastern Europe. We know that lox kind of comes basically from Nova Scotia, kind of. We know that cream cheese is an American food. But what we know is that these things come together as part of a compromise between different generations of American Jews.
Jewish law prohibits cooking with most heat sources on the Sabbath, so the combo of bagels and lox created a filling meal for observant Jews to enjoy on the day of rest.
It's good for a family, but you or your daughter-in-law didn't have to be spending the previous day cooking.
As one of the country's oldest appetizing stores, Russ and Daughters has been serving kosher meals for generations, and the weekends are still their busiest days. I can't think really of anything that's more New York than lox and bagels.
I agree. I think that this is a food that came up through the Eastern European Jewish immigrants to New York. But now it's transformed and just become New York food. It belongs to all New Yorkers.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
In the United States, women own less than 20% of all businesses. At the iconic Russ and Daughters, co-owner Nikki Russ Fetterman is building on the legacy of her grandmother and great aunts.
Growing up, you followed in the footsteps of strong women who may not have chosen this, but took it on and obviously made it really successful. What is it like for you following in those footsteps?
It's a tremendous feeling to be now the and great-granddaughter. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a good customer of ours. Her family came from the Lower East Side, and she once said that before she knew the word feminist, when she looked up at the sign, Russ and Daughters, she understood that women could have an impact.
Your family's business, Russ and Daughters, has survived 2 world wars, a depression. You're here in the shadow of the World Trade Center.
Yes.
Why has this place been able to not just survive, but thrive?
I think because in each generation there has been someone who wanted to do this. This is food that people turn to for comfort in hard times. And during the pandemic, we saw that, people were shipping Russ and Daughters all over the country to their loved ones because they couldn't be together. And so sending, bagels and lox and babka, say, I love you, I miss you, here, let me feed you.
Having a schmear over Zoom.
Oh, there was a lot of that.
Okay, so you can get smoked fish pretty much everywhere these days, but not quite like this. The salmon sold at Russ and Daughters is prized for its high fat content, from the milder Gaspé Nova to the smokier Scottish. And this gourmet fish is all sliced by hand.
When you hold it up, it's almost translucent.
That. Yeah, I think we should show you how we get it that thin.
Yeah, me and a sharp utensil, what could possibly go wrong?
It takes up to 6 months of training to master the slicing technique here.
So Al, I hear you have some knife skills.
Well, I've been in a fight or two, but it's probably nothing like yours. So how long have you been slicing salmon?
I've been at the store for 20 years.
Wow.
So I've been slicing for a while.
All right. So I watch people slice, and I'm amazed at how patient, because it seems like that's part of the skill.
The reality is, when you know how to slice, it is one of the most relaxing things you can do.
Very zen.
Very zen.
Ooh.
Meditative, right? The trick is, don't look anywhere on the fish. You have to really feel the fish.
Be the fish.
Be the fish, which is a very difficult concept to train someone.
Understood.
And particularly the first couple slices are, don't be upset if they don't look great. The idea is to make a consistently thick slice. You making faces at me, Al?
No, I'm just watching you not watch the fish. All right.
Okay.
Here we go. Be the fish. Not looking.
You should look.
I should
look.
look.
You got a sharp knife in your hand, Al. And you can see that as you change the angle of the knife, it changes the thickness.
Yeah.
Right?
So now that's
drastically, more than you think.
That's more than, oh my gosh, that's a very thick
We call
slice.
those chuletas.
Chuletas?
Yeah. Chops.
Ah.
In Spanish.
I was going to say, that didn't sound Yiddish.
Not
That did not sound Yiddish to me.
Yeah.
Does the way you cut it affect the taste of it or the texture of it?
The texture, which affects the experience of the salmon.
It's almost like you're eating the essence of salmon, not salmon.
It's very delicate. It's a very appealing texture and mouthfeel. Yeah, the thinner.
Josh, thanks so much. Nice meeting you.
Such a pleasure to have you.
Smoke them if you got them. Up next, how fresh salmon gets turned into lox.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Only a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Hammer delivering.
All right, it just did too.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm here at the Acme Smoked Fish Factory. Now there is something fishy going on in there, and you better believe I'm gonna find out what it is. The folks at Acme process, smoke, and pack nearly 8 million pounds of fish every year. They sell to eateries all over the country, including Russ and Daughters. It smells of smoke and it smells of fish.
That's the way it's supposed to be. It smells like New York City.
Yes.
All right, so as you know, in any food plant, food safety is of paramount importance.
Right.
I see you got your boots on
I
here.
just happen to be wearing these.
Awesome. I'll walk you through the process of how salmon turns into smoked salmon.
Adam Kaslow is the 4th generation owner of Acme Smoked Fish. His great-grandfather, Harry Brownstein, started selling fish after immigrating from Russia to Brooklyn.
Harry started in the smoked fish business in the early 1900s, in 1906 to be exact.
Out of a push cart?
Out of a horse-drawn wagon.
Wow.
He would go around buying fish from different smokehouses throughout Brooklyn and Queens and had himself the sales route. You know, he worked close to 45 years. I mean, his dream was to open up his own smokehouse, and it took him 45 years to finally achieve that.
Wow. Adam now runs a massive smoked fish empire, supplying many of New York City's popular bagel shops, from H&H to Essa Bagel. Acme also selling to national grocers like Trader Joe's.
At the end of the day, it's all about the fish. We bring in fish from all over the world. Smoked salmon is probably the most popular thing that we make, and our salmon come from different places: Norway, Scotland, Chile, and Alaska.
It can take up to 5 days to make smoked salmon. Every order is made to the buyer's tastes, from the type of salmon to the curing method. The first step, cutting a whole fish into fillets.
Whoa! Yeah, so this is a 12-kilo whole salmon that I caught over here in Long Island Sound. No, I'm just kidding. This is an Atlantic salmon. It's farm raised. We use Atlantic salmon because it has the most fat, and fat equals flavor when making smoked salmon.
Right. So what are you cutting out the backbone there?
Yeah, this is the bone.
Carving into a fish this size requires expert hands. After the fish is filleted, it's preserved with salt. The fish is then treated with a wet brine or a dry cure.
Okay, so let's dry cure some salmon.
Good.
First thing, we're gonna get it onto the raft.
Okay.
So, see if you can pick up this salmon, grab it by the tail.
Okay.
Grab with your other hand.
Underneath.
And we're gonna lay it onto the screen.
Okay.
Perfect. Great. Step 2, we're gonna grab a handful of soap.
So it's just a thin layer.
Yep. Right along the top of the dorsal. Like kind of down the center line, I suppose. And we'll give it a nice love tap.
That's it?
That's it. This fish is rather large. So traditionally we would probably wet brine this fish, but for smaller fish, the dry cure lasts about 24 hours.
Okay. That's a huge fish.
Right.
After curing, the fillets are cold smoked for up to 20 hours. This process imparts a subtle, smoky flavor.
Let me show you how the smoker works. So, these are a collection of that wood chip blend that we were talking about earlier.
There are different ways to smoke fish fillets. Hot smoking results in flaky, opaque fillets. Unlike traditional lox, smoked salmon is cold smoked below 85 degrees. This helps the fish retain its silky texture and makes it perfect for slicing.
Ready to help me get this bad boy into the oven?
You bet.
All right. All right.
Hey now.
Let's close her up.
Woo! Shut her down.
After the smoker, the fish is cooled, then packed for shipping.
What would your great-grandfather say if he could see all of this?
I think he'd be amazed of how difficult it was for him to achieve his dream.
Right.
Now his descendants have been able to build upon that dream and build us into one of the preeminent smokers in the U.S.
Up next, a vegan deli taking on tradition with plant-based lox and cashew cream cheese? Oh, you don't want to miss this.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Ooh, the answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
East Side, two sisters, inspired by their Jewish heritage, are on a mission to make the food they loved growing up in a more sustainable way. Ladies, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Boom.
you.
Want to show me around?
Please, come
Please,
on in.
lead away. Erica and Sarah Kabursky are the co-owners of Orchard Grocer, an entirely vegan market inspired by classic delicatessens.
This is our healthy cashew cream cheese.
They want to make the vegan lifestyle easier for all. Right after college, they opened their first business, a shoe store called Moo Shoes.
We opened our vegan shoe store 20 years ago.
How are they? They're comfortable?
About 5 years ago, we decided that we were going to update it by adding our vegan grocer, basically because it seemed like that's what our customers want. After asking us what our shoes were made of, probably where should I go eat was the second most common question. So we decided to create an experience where they could just go eat next door.
Growing up in Queens, the sisters' Jewish culture and food were closely linked. They had 10 Jewish delis in their neighborhood alone.
Probably every Sunday, it's a tradition in our family, dozen bagels at the bagel store. A dozen always meant 15. I don't know why that was, but with the cream cheese and lox, and that was just how we spent our Sundays.
Both sisters became vegan as teenagers, but felt they lost a piece of their roots by giving up certain foods.
I think our parents were supportive of our changes to the vegan lifestyle. We grew up in a very culturally Jewish household, so all of our traditions were just based around food.
Today, a lot of folks are going vegan for a variety of reasons, from reported health benefits to concerns over animal welfare. For the sisters, it's also a matter of global importance.
We're watching climate change happen right now, and I think that's causing a lot of people to think twice about what they're eating and how they are contributing. So it makes sense to us that it is becoming so mainstream.
In 2017, Sarah and Erica saw not just an opportunity to satisfy a growing market, but to pay homage to their Jewish roots.
We wanted to have a good sandwich selection that really epitomizes like New York deli food. So obviously a bagel and lox was going to be there.
Orchard Grocer sells a variety of vegan sandwiches, including Reubens and tuna melts. But the sisters are most passionate about serving up a sense of nostalgia.
People are so worried about giving things up. So I think just creating those alternatives and just something that people are familiar with and gives them that feeling of home.
Yeah, like we haven't had to give up our Sunday tradition of bagels and lox.
To help make their unique deli a reality, the sisters hired vegan chef Nora Vargas. Nora shares a passion for plant-based foods. She also knows how to turn carrots into salty lox. How did you come up? I mean, you have to think, okay, what can mimic a smoked salmon?
Yeah.
So how did you, was it look like you thought, well, the only orange vegetable out there
Exactly.
other than a sweet potato is carrot.
We know the texture that we need to go for. We know the flavor that we want to go for. So we started with the color and then we just kind of built it from there.
Okay, so let's get started. I'm
Let's do
really
it.
fascinated.
Okay, all right, I'm excited. So we have prepared, what do we have? Maybe 10 pounds of carrots here
Wow.
for you.
These are huge. These would have been huge carrots.
Seriously, yeah, like
Wow.
the size of my forearm.
But you have sliced them very thin on a mandolin?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
exactly. All right, so we're all gloved up and we are going to, the next step in this process is to apply our rub
Okay.
to our carrots. So in here we have a mixture of sugar, salt, and the rest I can't tell you about.
Oh, it's a secret kind of thing.
Exactly, yeah.
So this would be kind of like the brine that you would use, the dry brine that you would use
Yes.
on fish.
Exactly.
Except
yeah.
it's going on vegetables.
Yeah, we got our inspiration for a lot of different components of this recipe from the way that you would actually prepare fish if we were preparing fish and not carrots.
Right.
Coat everything.
Interesting.
Oh no, don't smell it. Don't figure out the secret just by
I'm-
smelling it. Okay, now.
Because if I figure it out, she's going to have to kill me.
So I'm just gonna start rubbing, just smushing everything in there. Once we get everything coated, we would let this sit for 3 to 6 hours, probably. Okay, great. So I think we nailed it.
Okay.
In here.
Another secret ingredient?
Definitely.
Jeez,
Yeah, but I can
a
tell
lot
you.
of secrets here at Orchard.
I'll tell you a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, so it's a combination of olive oil and aquafaba.
Aquafaba?
Yeah, are you familiar with that ingredient?
I don't know.
You know when you're opening up a can of beans
Right.
and you gotta drain them?
Yes.
The stuff that you drain out, that's aquafaba.
Aquafaba.
It's bean water.
It's bean juice.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna pour,
Okay.
and then you can kind of do the same process.
Okay,
that we did
same
before.
process.
Just squish it all in there. Okay. Yeah, perfect. After we had let our carrots sit for 3 to 6 hours, we tossed them in the oven.
So they bake.
We like to call it cold smoking, just to sound like classy.
Like the process of making smoked salmon.
Exactly, yeah.
That does look very much like smoked salmon.
And what would a bagel and lox be without the cream cheese? This vegan spread is made with raw cashews, salt, some secret spices, and coconut oil, all blended together with soft tofu.
Should we make a bagel?
Sure, let's do it. Chive talking. Cheers. This is a really terrific idea.
Thank you.
Thank you for opening my eyes.
Oh, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. That
Yeah.
was fantastic. Okay, a great way to finish things up. I mean, we've seen the history, we've gone to the past, we were in the present, and you have brought us the lox and bagels of the future!
A bagel with cream cheese and smoked salmon is a uniquely American combination. Born from Jewish roots, transformed by local ingredients, and carried on by new generations, this breakfast tradition has truly stood the test of time when it comes to food in New York City.
Hello, and thanks for joining us for Consumer Confidential. I'm Vicki Nguyen. There's no better time to think about change than the beginning of a new year. So for the next 25 minutes, we are focusing on you, giving you a roadmap to getting your life where you want to be, from personal wishes to professional goals. And by the way, you're not alone when it comes to thinking about the year ahead. Here's what our Today family is focusing on.
Professional goal would just to simply be to not get fired. My personal goal would be to maybe work a little less, spend a little bit more time with my children because they're growing up a little too fast.
If you get fired, you'll have more time.
That's true. That's a good point. So maybe my professional goal should be to get fired. Don't edit this. Don't you edit this. Those are my goals.
Okay, so I hope to spend more time, just uninterrupted time, playing with my kids. So phone away, on the ground, roughhousing, playing hide and seek, coloring, whatever it is, I want to do that, which we do, but uninterrupted. Uninterrupted playtime with my kids.
The habit that I want to break this new year is the phone addiction. And I had like this big epiphany last week. And I asked myself, are you happier with it or without it? And I realized I was happier without it. So it's time to put that baby away.
One thing I want to work on in the upcoming year, I want to spend far less time on this wretched device.
All right, personal or professional goal for 2022. The personal goal has to be, I've made these videos for my family before, like a collection of like the iPhone photos and videos, and my kids love it. It's been a year since I've done another one, so I'm gonna try to put them together and make a little film project for the family.
I actually have a tiny real goal for the next year, and that is to finally learn to cook something. Why did you laugh?
Do I have a personal goal for 2022? I guess I just want to just be a little more healthy.
Me and my wife did this Whole30 thing for 30 days, which is a great diet and cleanse, and it really changed our lives. We loved it, but we only did it for 1 month. So I think we're going to try to do it for more months in the years ahead.
Professionally, is to be more loving and giving to my coworkers.
I really hope we take Read with Jenna, which has been this really fun part of my job, the book club that we've made together, and make it bigger. That's my goal.
Words of inspiration for anybody in 2022. I think, love others as you would want to be loved. And I think we all might treat each other just a little bit better.
Whatever the question is, love is the answer. Try to lean into love.
I heard a great quote about faith this year, which has stayed with me, which is sometimes people need to see to believe, but if you believe, then you see.
I just think that 2022 is going to be a good year. I'm going to knock on wood because we've said that about the last couple of years, but I feel like this year we're going to get a break.
Seek out love, block out the rest, and just keep the train going, 2022.
Just like our Today Show family, we all have goals and aspirations for the next year, but worry and anxiety could be holding you back. That's why we have some tips to cope so you can make 2022 your best year yet. Joining us now is psychiatrist Dr. Sue Varma. Welcome, Dr. Varma. So good to see you in person.
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about this because I think for a lot of us, obviously, it's been a really tough 2 years for the world. Absolutely. And so as we look to the new year, we need a mental break. How do you even go about starting to give yourself that space?
Great question, Vicki. And in order to give ourselves space, there's two big things that we have to do. We have to manage our time and we have to manage our outlook. And when it comes to our time, the thing that I see is that a lot of people give the best part of their day away to others, whether it be checking emails first thing in the morning or taking care of the household and getting the family ready. What we really need to do is carve out time for ourselves. If it's a 20-minute do not disturb sign you put on your computer, you wake up 20 minutes early to be able to spend time for yourself. You hire a babysitter so you can go to a walk for 20 minutes. 20 minutes is not a lot of time, but what it says to yourself is that I'm making a commitment either to creativity, to my goals, to my productivity. It's about creating intention and purpose. The other thing I say is manage your outlook, and this is so important. A lot of times we always have a tendency to do the 3 Ps of pessimism just talked about in our field. Personalization, thinking something is permanent, and thinking something that's bad is pervasive. And for example, if your boss doesn't respond to you, you say, oh my God, it's me. You personalize it. You say that I'm going to lose my job. We catastrophize. Things will never get better. And the outlook, the answer to that is reframe. So say to yourself, what would you say to a friend? You would say to a friend, this is circumscribed. Your boss is probably dealing with a lot. It's not you.
Yeah.
So if you're able to say, what would you say to somebody else, or would this bother you 5 years from now? Probably not. Then let it go.
We hear so much about how important meditation is, and I think it's something that they call it the practice for a reason, because you have to do it over and over to kind of get more accustomed to it. But you say there are also some alternatives. If meditation is too hard for you, what else can you do?
Yes. So meditation helps us be mindful. It helps us be present. So I would say if meditation is too much, because a lot of people say it's too anxiety provoking, I'm left alone with my thoughts, I don't want that. I would say just be present. If you're talking to somebody, don't do anything else. Don't check your phone. Single-mindedness, single focus. So that's very helpful. The other thing I would say is progressive muscle relaxation. Now, I don't know if you'd be up for trying this with me.
Sure, yeah, always.
So basically, you're closing your eyes and you're settling down in your chair, and the idea is that you're going to tense and relax muscle group by muscle group. So Vicki, I just want you to settle in your chair, tense your fists really, really tight, 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 and then you release. And I want you to tense again, tight, 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 and release. And then next you do your shoulders, you tense them really, really tight, bring them up to your ears, and then you release. Bring your shoulders up to your ears, and then you release.
Oh,
and
yeah, I can feel a difference in my body.
Yes.
No question about it.
And the idea is that we live constantly in a state of tension where we're like this all the time.
Right.
And the idea is that you want to do this intentionally.
You need to unclench.
Yes. To tense and then release. And you do this muscle group by muscle group. And this induces what we call the relaxation response. It induces the vagal nerve, the parasympathetic, the slow and calming hormone in our body.
Yeah, because we know the body has such an effect on the mind. So if it's hard for you to quiet yourself and get those thoughts in order, try to do something physical that can have an effect. I love that. So a lot of people, let's talk about work. People are anxious about going back to work. How do you tackle that anxiety about things that you can't control?
Yes, and that's such a great point that you're bringing up, things that you cannot control. So I'm a big believer in productive worry versus unproductive worry. And the idea is if you can keep a worry journal, right? So the worry journal, the idea is I want you to spend 10 minutes a day worrying about everything you can possibly imagine. And what studies have shown is that 85% of the time, the things that we worry worry about never actually happen. And the 15% of the time that they do, we're better equipped to handle it than we gave ourselves credit for. So productive worry is, what can you do? Make a list. What do I need to do for my job? Is it my outfits that I need to try on the day before? Is it meal prep? Is it taking lunch with me? Is it masks and hand sanitizers? Is it knowing the commuter schedule? Is it having childcare? So those are the things you have control over, and that's very important for us to exercise control, because we have lost a lot of that. We've been stripped away of control, of agency, and we want to bring that back. So do what you can for the productive aspect, and the unproductive, that's where the worry comes in. Just write everything down.
Say that stat for me one more time. What was the percentage of things that actually occur that you worry about?
15% of the time.
And what's the time that we spend worrying about things?
85% of the time.
Wow. Okay, that's dramatic. Last question really quickly, sleep. Obviously, we can all use more sleep. Quality sleep helps our immune system. It helps in so many ways. What tips do you have there for us to get a good night's rest?
Yes, so good mental hygiene and mental sleep and sleep begins in the morning. So I would say it's really important that in the morning get in 20 minutes of daytime sunlight. Shut the blue light, shut the devices down an hour before bedtime, and do a 60-second deep breathing exercise. And don't forget the worry journal, because a lot of times we have problems sleeping is because of all the things we're worrying about during the day. Get that out of your mind, cleanse, purge in the worry diary.
I love it, Dr. Varma. So many good tips in that chunk. Thank you so much. Great to see you.
Thank you so much.
All right, well, if a focus on fitness, nutrition, and being all around healthier is your hope for 2022, we have the tools to support you on your personal journey. Plus, if the road to a better you means minimizing a mess, yes, that's me. We have the tips to organize everything from your workspace to your closet. A lot more when Consumer Confidential returns.
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right?
Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Banner Deliberations.
All right, it just me too.
Answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
A little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
If a focus on living happier and healthier is your goal for the new year, health and fitness expert Stephanie Mansour is here to show you some simple things you can do without spending a fortune, and that's so important. Welcome, Stephanie. So good to see you in person.
Thank you.
All right, so when it comes to health and fitness, I know it can be really overwhelming for folks to just even start a routine. So what's your advice for just getting over that hump, taking that first step?
Yes, so many of my clients that are focusing on weight loss and getting healthier are successful, and they're used to having big, lofty goals and then achieving them. However, However, when it comes to our own health and wellness, Vicki, we really want to reduce those goals. So instead of having a goal to work out for 50 minutes a day, every single day this week, I actually want you to go on a 3-day spree.
Okay.
So this 3-day spree is just 5 minutes a day of movement. So whether that's a walk around the block, whether that's playing your favorite song in your house and dancing around and playing it on repeat for 5 minutes, or you can even go into the kitchen and do 10 squats, 10 push-ups at the counter, 10 side ab exercises. You don't have to get down on the ground. Right. Or you can even do 5 minutes of stretching in bed in the morning before you get out. Just commit to be fit for 5 minutes a day, 3 days at a time.
I love that. I think that is bite-sized. It's totally workable. And I think when you think the length of 2 songs is 5 minutes, you can do it if you pick 2 of your favorite songs.
Yeah, exactly.
You can do it anywhere. I like how you're like, you don't even have to get on the ground.
No.
Okay, I think this is one of the best trends to come out of the pandemic, which is working out from home. People have gotten used to it. They were forced to do it, and now they really love it. But even with that extra time that we have, since a lot of people aren't commuting anymore, it still seems hard to like pack it in because you fill it with work or you fill it with other things.
Right.
So what do you say to carve out that time?
Yeah, you know, people are cleaning their toilet bowls instead of working out. I mean, that's how much people are delaying exercise. So what we really want to do is get to the root of this. So what is your big reason why? Why do you want to work out? Why do you want to commit to being fit? Why do you deserve to feel better in your body and to feel more empowered about making healthier choices for yourselves? So really get to the nitty-gritty of what's your big reason why, and then start to look at your day and see how you can fit in exercise. So everyone's brushing their teeth in the morning and at night. Let's do some squats. Let's do some leg lifts. Let's do some calf raises. Or if you're sitting at your desk at work, let's do some shoulder rolls.
Like
Here we
that,
can.
yeah.
Loosen up the traps, the neck tension. Yeah, doesn't that feel good?
Yeah, it feels great.
I know. You can also drop one ear to the opposite shoulder, feel a stretch here for a few breaths. You can do that while you're doing emails, while you're on work calls.
Oh my gosh,
You can even turn your camera off on Zoom and do this while you're on video calls. But really just fitting in these little movements throughout the day is going to retrain your brain to fit this in.
And you said 5 minutes for 3 days a week. It's so doable. What about when you hit a roadblock, right? You get started, but then it's the holidays and you feel bad because you've eaten horribly for 4 days straight or longer. What do you do to get back on track?
I always encourage my clients to use my 50% rule.
Okay.
So if your goal was 10,000 steps a day, cut that in half. 50%, your goal is now 5,000 steps a day. Really use this even if you're focusing on healthy eating. If you want to fit in 5 fruits and vegetables a day, cut that in half. Only focus on 2 to 3. So take this 50% rule and apply it whenever you're in a stressful situation of your life or whenever it's the holidays. Use that 50% rule to let yourself off the hook.
Got it.
But still, success breeds success. So when you hit that goal, you're going to be more motivated tomorrow to repeat and do it again.
So 50% to try to help you build back that momentum.
Exactly.
I like that. That's good, giving yourself that break.
Yes.
What about food? So we have a couple of peanut butter and jelly sandwiches that you brought. Right?
Okay, yeah. Well, the peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, you know, like there's 2 options, right? Like we have the normal peanut butter and jelly sandwich, but then we also have one that looks exactly identical, and I snuck flax seeds into that. So that's a healthy fat. So you want to think of ways that you can add in nutrients. Now, when we're talking about smoothies, you have 2 smoothies that probably look identical, at least they do when I make them, but when I make one of them, I add in spinach.
I love
so
it.
a handful of spinach, it's going to help you with
don't even
weight
taste
loss. You don't taste it, you hardly see it. So I really preach, you know, add in. Don't take out. It's unrealistic to cut out sugar completely, or for a lot of people to cut out alcohol completely. So think about ways that you can add in nutrients. Food is fuel. So that's how we want to look at it, rather than all the list of things we need to deprive ourselves of.
What snacks are always on your go-to list?
Yes. So an apple a day keeps the doctor away, but only if you add protein to it.
Okay.
So an apple is an insufficient snack because it's sugar and carbs, which are healthy, but it's going to cause your blood sugar levels to spike up. And then you're going to drop and crave more and spike up. So if you're an emotional eater, or if you're someone that overeats at holiday meals, you want to add protein. So an apple with almond butter or with a handful of nuts, carrots with hummus or Greek yogurt. And my personal favorite to grab when I'm on the go is a hard-boiled egg and a handful of raspberries.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah,
I want to
protein
combine that, but yeah.
with a fruit or a vegetable.
And raspberries are really high in fiber.
Yes,
I like to add in because
yes.
nobody likes to take away.
I know.
if you just keep adding the vegetables, it helps you feel fuller too.
Exactly.
And it's good for you with all the vitamins and stuff.
Yes.
All right, so let's talk about apps, because a lot of people want apps to support them, in their fitness journey.
Yes.
One of my friends talked about this one where it doesn't tell you a number for how you weigh, it just gives you colors. So like if you're in the green zone, you're feeling good, or the black zone, I don't know exactly, but I thought that was really interesting because it makes you not focused on a metric, but it just gives you zones.
Yes.
So what apps do you recommend?
Exactly. I love that, Vicki. And I've actually been inspired to create an app myself because so many people are asking for apps. And I love apps when you focus on what it is that you're trying to get from the app. So if you are someone who's into those metrics and those numbers and you're focusing on food, get an app that focuses on, calories or macros or where you can scan the bar label. But if you're someone that's focused on workouts, then you want to find an app that's heavily focused on exercising. And finally, if mindset is your issue, if you know what to do but you're just not doing it, you want to find an all-inclusive app that's going to help send you those reminders, or maybe, do the zones like you mentioned and colors. So really, make you relaxed about your health and fitness rather than feeling like you have to do every single thing right. And I also want to encourage people, free trials are key.
Yes,
so
so you can
test
try it
things
out.
Yes, and pricing does not necessarily dictate quality. So I love apps that are in the $9.99 to $14.99 range. Okay. Don't feel like you need to commit a month.
Okay.
Yeah. Don't feel like you need to commit to a larger number just for it to be a better app.
And what's the name of your app?
Step It Up with Steph.
All right.
And I'm Steph, as you know.
That's right. Stephanie Mansour here with us in the flesh. Thank you so much. Great to see you.
Thank you, Vicki.
All right. Well, from health and fitness goals to professional aspirations, whether you're looking for a new job, that big promotion, or an entire career change, figuring out the best moves to land your next big gig can really be a maze. Luckily, Catherine Patterson, career coach and TikTok influencer with over 20 years of engineering and recruiting experience, she's here to share her insight and help you reach your professional goals in 2022. Catherine, thanks so much for being with us today.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Well, Catherine, the pandemic, it certainly has a lot of people rethinking their jobs. Some people thinking it might be time for a career change. So what's the first step? How do you start navigating that job search?
After the pandemic, everyone was just so rearing to just get into a new career. And I'll tell you what, right now is the best time. The job market has never been better. We're at a little over 4% unemployment rate. Most people, they're going to look for their job title, right? For example, let's say software engineer or office manager. I don't necessarily I wouldn't do that. I would search for your skills. Look for the skills, because I'll tell you what, you might be surprised at what comes about.
So, Catherine, start that search not with the job title necessarily, but with the skills or things that you have that you want to use in that next job. That's great advice.
Absolutely.
What about social media? What are some ways that you can use social media in your job search?
So with social media, we should break down those two words, right? Social and media. Social, people, and then media, images, right? It goes beyond your resume. Your resume is just going to be a document, just text. So with social media, what you can do, like your LinkedIn profile, you can take advantage of all that space. People forget that your LinkedIn profile is searchable. So utilize all of that opportunity like an ad, like a commercial. You can use keyword optimization. Those recruiters out there, they have automated alerts. So when you update your LinkedIn page, for example, they will get alerts that trigger them to go find you.
Oh, that's good to know. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
When it comes to the actual resume, and you mentioned updating your resume, doing those things to trigger alerts, but talk about the format. How should you format that resume? And also, what are some red flags, things you should not have on your resume?
Oh boy. Oh gosh. Okay, so a lot of these companies out there, especially the Fortune 500s, they have very sophisticated systems because there's only a few of those recruiters and millions of you guys, right? Of the job seekers, of us. So definitely no pictures. And I don't know if any one of us are doing that anymore. They're not machine readable. So definitely keep it boring. Keep it simple and straightforward. Another thing is dollars and numbers. When I see dollars and numbers on a resume, like how much money you made or saved for your last employer, that just sings to me, right? It goes to the top of my pile.
Okay.
They love it. Okay. That's really important. So those two things are powerful on a resume.
Great hacks. Thank you, Catherine Patterson.
No, not at
really
all.
appreciate your time.
Sure. Thank you.
All right, cut the clutter, the phrase to help you minimize the mess from your desk to your closet when Consumer Confidential returns.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
In the last year and a half, we have probably spent more time at home than ever, and it's very easy for our spaces to go from clean to cluttered in a flash, especially if you're working from home. But there are some simple things you can do to help minimize the mess. And here with me is lifestyle expert Maureen Petrosky, and she's going to help us stay organized all year long, which I love for 2022. That's one of my goals. So let's talk first about our virtual desktops, right?
Exactly.
For a lot of us, we're on our screens all day. So what can we do there to make it seem kind of less cluttered visually on our virtual desktops?
The very first thing that most people do is pick up their phone in the morning.
Yeah.
So if you pick up your phone and your phone is cluttered, you're already starting with a mind full of mess. So what we want to do is folders are your friends. On your phones, use your folders. If you can't see those apps, you're not going to use those apps. So put them into folders where you know where they're going to be. And then in your email, when it comes to email, we all have tons of email. The rule of thumb with email is just like clothes. If you haven't worn it in a year, get rid of it. So you can reorganize your email by oldest to newest.
Okay.
And just click, 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 click.
To delete all the old ones?
I know, it sounds scary, but I promise you it feels so good.
Okay, I love it. I'm not one of those like get it down to zero people. I know there are people who don't want to see any like new. I can't do that yet.
I understand
but
that. It doesn't
that's
have
hard.
to be zero.
Okay.
But it shouldn't be
over than a year. Okay, I like that. That's an easy rule. All right, let's talk about physical desks.
Yes.
That's an area of actual physical visual clutter for a lot of folks. How do you organize your workspaces in real life?
We have a cute little pile here, but normally on people's desks there's lots of piles.
Yes.
So this is a spot where you might want to invest in something and get a cute little desktop organizer like we have here. So again, you can actually see the items that you need to get through on your desk.
Piles are bad.
And again, piles are bad, but drawers that are full of stuff is just as bad. So if you can't see your items, like here, this is just a cute little organizer. Both of these things under $20.
Yeah.
Small investment will last you the whole year long.
I do like that because you can put your mail in one thing, bills, and then like junk mail in another. To look at
Ingoing,
it.
outgoing. It's a little bit of organization that will sustain you the whole year long.
Anything to get rid of the piles. I love that. Okay, what about things that you like to say, if you can't see it, you don't need it. So you talked about email, you talked about physical mail. Closets is another spot, a trouble spot for some of us, especially with clothes being, messy everywhere. So what is your tip when it comes to organizing those spaces?
If you can't see it, you won't wear it either.
Right, that's
so
true.
How many times, Vicki, have you gotten ready to go out and before you're out the door, most of your closet is on the floor?
Yeah, it happens.
Or on your bed or somewhere cluttering your bedroom. Well, I've got 2 really great tips for that. First is a dress rehearsal. If you know you've got a big event coming up, you're going out Friday night or maybe a job interview, try on your outfit well before you're actually going to need it. That's going to save you from ripping through and tearing through.
Got it. To make sure it fits, it looks the way you want.
Fits. That's so important to make sure it fits. Make sure it's appropriate for the weather.
Yes.
You might think you're going to wear something and the weather might change. Check the weather on your phone. Now you've got it in an app that you can see.
Yeah.
And then you're going to know that it fits you and it's going to save a lot of stress.
Okay.
The next thing is to color code your closet. You'll see here we've got our closet rack.
Love this.
But when you have your blues, your reds, your black, white all together, you know if you're looking for that red dress, it's going to be right where it's supposed to be.
You know what? Enlist your kids to help you too, because they love doing this. My daughters love to put all my stuff in color-coded order, and then it takes like some of the stress off of you.
And then this is worth the time to do it,
It is.
because
It really
saves
is.
you stress, it saves you time then getting dressed, and it minimizes the mess then for the rest of the year.
And it's visually so pleasing.
It's so nice. You'll see even here I just got the same color hangers.
Yeah.
So that's another small investment at any home store. Get rid of all those mismatched, messy hangers. You get all the same hangers, put all your clothes in color coordination. The French have a saying, it's called mise en place. It's everything in its place and a place for everything. And that's what we've done here.
They talk about that with cooking, but it works in other areas to organize your life.
It is from cooking, you're right.
Okay, the hardest part I think for a lot of us to organize, mementos, things that you've collected over time, things that have been handed down to you from your family. What do you do about that? Because I feel like the first thing a lot of organizers tell us is purge, but it's hard to get rid of sentimental things.
So in the kitchen is a spot where we end up with lots of multiples of things. So first of all, we'll talk about the next generation. I've got tons of whisk, tons of spatulas, strange items that you might not use anymore, mismatched glassware. This is the perfect time to put together that gift package for maybe someone in your family or someone you know who just got their first apartment or a new grad that's looking to go out on their own. Share the items. So keep them in the family, but share them. And then those sentimental items like you mentioned, like a cake dish or a candy dish or a serving dish that you know you are not going to use. If you are not the entertainer, if you just keep moving these things around or putting things in around them,
shoving them back to the cupboard.
Give them a new life. Give them to someone who will love them. Give them a new life and minimize the mess in your life. Whoever gave it to you will be happy to know that.
That's true, and I like how you collected them all, because when you put them all together, you realize I don't need 7 spatulas or
do not
6
need
cutting
7
boards or
spatulas.
whatever,
Exactly.
right? Okay, these are fantastic tips. Thank you, Maureen. Always good to see you.
So nice to see you too.
All right, well, that is all the time we have today. I'm Vicki Nguyen. Thanks for hanging out with me on Consumer Confidential. We'll see you next time.
Hey everyone, and welcome to our first Read with Jenna book club discussion. I am so excited to be here with all of you to talk about our January book club pick, The School for Good Mothers. And I am thrilled that Jasmine Chan, the author of this riveting novel, is joining me to take us behind the scenes of the process of writing this incredible debut. Jasmine, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you for this opportunity. I was telling your producer, it feels like the Jetsons or something to be able to do this from my living room.
I know. I mean, we were saying this is our first live stream, and I'm so happy that it can be around this beautiful novel that will lead to such rich conversations. So thank you. And okay, before we get started, we have 2 quick activities for the audience. So first, grab your phone and see this QR code. I hope it's coming. Follow the QR code and follow Read with Jenna on Instagram. You're going to get great conversations with authors like Jasmine and post about books and reading. It's actually a pretty great place for readers. And secondly, I want to know from you, okay, we're going to do a poll. How did you read this book? I have my copy somewhere over there. I wish I had it in my hand. The School for Good Mothers. Was it a hard copy, an e-reader, or an audiobook? For me, I can't get rid of holding the pages of a real novel, so it was a hard copy. Let us know, and I'm going to share the results in a little bit. It's kind of fun to do a poll, right, Jasmine?
I have to admit, I only have ever read on paper. I think partly because I'm middle-aged and have terrible vision, but I basically always have to read a paper copy. But I totally support everyone else's choices.
Well, Jasmine, I will also tell you I mainly read hard copies, but I've also started reading on my phone sometimes when I'm like in a taxi or on the subway or whatever, and it does really strain your eyes to like look at the tiny print. It does not the same. Okay, so let's start with the writing process, writing this incredible novel. We have so many questions, Jasmine, and I think it really speaks to how many people resonated with this. So before we dive into the content of the book, Judy Park asks, tell me about your career as a writer.
That's a great place to start. I will say that it has been a very long journey to get here. So I'm publishing my debut novel at 43, and I started writing fiction when I was 18 as a freshman at Brown. So I certainly have had the first book dream this whole time. It just took a while to start sending work out for publication. I went to grad school at 30, so a bit later than normal. So I would say I'm a late bloomer in a lot of ways, but I wish I could go back and tell my younger self that things would turn out this way with the first book, because it certainly has been worth the wait, but a lot of writing is putting in the work without knowing what the result will be. So there is a lot of blind faith involved.
Yeah, and I love that. What is your process like? Are you one of those 9-to-5 writers who likes the structure of sitting down at the same place, or how do you write? What does it look like?
Well, I write longhand, and as I've given that answer in interviews, I've had the same reaction from everyone, which is total disbelief that I would work in such an incredibly inefficient way. But I always do all my drafting longhand because in my work life, I've always been an editor. So my tendency as an editor is just to cut things. And unless I write longhand, I'll cut every single thing I write as I go. So I sometimes am a 9-to-5er, but I'm not someone who writes every single day. And I do think it is possible to be a writer and call yourself a writer, even if you don't do it every single day. And I'm just very excited to get back to a new project a little bit later on this year.
Anissa Joy, who's one of my favorite Read with Jenna members. I don't usually choose favorites, but she's an active participant. I'm sure you've heard from her. She asked, how long did it take you to write this book? I read somewhere that it started out first in short story form. So how long did it take you? And this is such a good question. Did you have to pause? Because there is such intensity throughout these pages.
I can tell you exactly when I started because Frida's Very Bad Day grew out of a very good writing day in early 2014 when I had taken myself to a friend's house in upstate New York and used all my vacation days and was just coming up with one terrible short story idea after another. And after about 10 days of that, I did have a really fruitful writing day, which is where this book came from. But it took me about probably a year and a half to develop the whole first draft. But it took several more years after that to turn my blob of pages into a manuscript with chapters that other people could read. So it was definitely a really long process. And during that time, I paused for about 10 months after my daughter was born before I really started writing again in earnest. So the pausing was not necessarily from the intensity of the material. It was more just from real life.
There's something, well, first of all, the catalyst for this book was an article that you read. Did you read it when you were up in that house upstate? Tell us a little bit about this article. It's nonfiction in The New Yorker, an article that very much mirrors the plot of what happens to Frida.
Well, I actually read that article in late 2013 when it first came out. So it's called Where Is Your Mother by Rachel Aviv. And the premise of that article sparked an idea, but only several months later. So however these things happen in one's imagination, the things that were going on in my life at the time was that I was ruminating over the decision of whether or not to have a baby. Yeah. So motherhood was definitely on my mind. And in late 2013, I'd read this article by Rachel Aviv, and it was about a single mom who left her toddler son at home and after that, they never got him back. And it follows her nightmarish experience with the family court system. And I just felt such a kernel of rage lodged in my mind from that article, because it felt so tragic that she didn't get a second chance, and it felt like they were judging her by a really impossible set of standards.
Yeah, I mean, that is, it's so interesting to me that you were fueled by your own nervousness or anxiety, because I think that's like the cornerstone emotion that a lot of moms will tell you when they're even just debating whether or not to have a child. And then also the rage of reading that article, because both anxiety and rage play a huge part in this book.
Yes, I think those are feelings that are more acceptable to talk about in 2022 than they were, say, 15, 20 years ago in terms of the emotional life of moms. So it's exciting to be publishing this book about this particular subject at a time when there is hopefully a more nuanced conversation about motherhood happening.
Mm-hmm. And also, I was wondering, we've been in the midst of a pandemic for the last several years. And so in some ways, this book is more relevant than ever. We've seen how mothers have been put in impossible situations, homeschooling our children or helping them learn while also working. More women have left the workforce than men at staggering levels. So are you surprised a little bit about how relevant the themes of this novel are at this point in our society?
I think the book was always going to touch a nerve and be timely. I don't think anyone could have predicted how grim early 2022 would be in terms of all the pressures on parents, in terms of women's rights eroding. So it's coming out into a world at a time that I couldn't have envisioned.
Okay, let's take a minute. We're going to revisit our poll. I feel like this is the closest to any sort of election coverage I'm going to ever do. So we asked our audience how they read the novel, and 48% of you picked up a copy of the book. 20% listened to the audiobook, which won in a big award, by the way. And 31% are like my sister Barbara, who read it on their e-reader. She only really reads on her iPad now. So it's interesting to hear how people are reading. All I know is that there is an appetite for reading. We've got to take a quick break. We'll return with more on the School for Good Mothers after this.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Let's get into the plot of the book a little bit. There's so much tension, right? So why don't you tell, I think most everybody here has read it, but why don't you tell our audience a little bit about how you decided and how there were a lot of questions about the research you needed to do in order to create this school. The details are just fantastic. So talk about how you decided that that is where Frida would go when she had a bad day.
Well, this is probably a very unusual story for my writing life because I am certainly someone who works at a snail's pace and this has never happened before. But that very good writing day pretty much laid the foundation for the book. So I had the school and Frida and Harriet's whole story, the Gus and Susanna story, the women in pink lab coats, the dolls, they were all there from that very first draft. So I think what was happening in my subconscious, if you can attempt to pinpoint where inspiration comes from, is when I was reading the Rachel Aviv piece, what really struck me is the way they talked about parenting and love and affection in this very chilling, clinical way. And so I think on some level that story and the tone of the government officials really reminded me of science fiction and made me wonder, like, can you actually measure things like a mother's love? And so that became literal in the world of the book. And along the way, the research I did was I read a lot of the pieces that Rachel Aviv cited. So that sent me down a whole rabbit hole of research with reading about family separation and the trends in family law, which have definitely shifted over time in terms of whether or not they trend toward reunification or whether they trend toward termination of parental rights. And I also read a lot of books about American parenting culture, which is a very funny thing to do while you're pregnant, which to read about hyper stressful American parenting culture while you're actually growing a new human in your body.
Well, I mean, the whole thing, to start writing this and then, debate whether to have a child, then to become pregnant and go through the editing process with a little human that you brought into the world, a daughter who's now 5, is that right? She's 5 years old.
Yes.
So how did having her change this book?
Well, I pretty much had to rewrite the whole thing, which is certainly very humbling after you've already sunk 2 years into a project to learn that, oh, now that I'm actually a mother, I got so many details wrong. But I think that the big thing that changed was I think Frida became much more loving and a much more capable mom. And it became much more possible to depict Frida's love for Harriet on the page, because I think in the earlier drafts, it was very easy for me to tap into the tougher, darker feelings, but it was harder for me to depict the love because it was so abstract. But once I had her, I finally understood how to represent it.
The fact that you developed this cast of characters, I felt like was really important, that this school was filled with mothers from all different backgrounds, because it allowed these women to have what I feel like I have, and I know I'm lucky in this, a tribe of other women who helped me raise my kids. So was that necessary for you, or was that kind of a surprise that these women would bond in such a way in such unusual circumstances?
I think the cast of moms was there from the very beginning in that good writing day, but the bonds between them were really developed with my first editor, Dawn Davis, who really asked me to look at the relationships and the friendships, the way that the moms could push on each other, the ways the moms could support each other. So that was a really rewarding surprise during the later parts of the editing, was to see moments of connection, which are actually harder to write than moments of conflict.
That's so interesting. And I also thought, and this is a question from one of our readers, that by creating this vast range of characters, it allowed you to tell, not just Frida's stories, but the stories of all these women. And so Elise Wagner had this great question. She said, how did the intersectionality between race and gender impact the women in this book?
Well, I think I just want to begin by saying I'm just a fiction writer, not a researcher or sociologist or lawmaker. So I wanted the demographics of the school to at least gesture toward how things are in real life, where the surveillance and getting caught in the family court system and potentially losing custody of your children primarily happens to Black and brown women who are poor, more than any other groups. So I wanted to at least signal to that real life tragedy in the book.
Yeah. And then it also you know, there were many parts, and I thought this question from one of our readers, one of our man readers, we have them, was super interesting because there was also, as I mentioned before this, the difference between what women, the standards that moms were held to versus dads. And Patrick McGettigan, I hope I said his last name right, he said, I'm a stay-at-home dad with an 18-month-old baby boy, and this story really resonated with me. What inspired and informed the way you write about the expectations of moms versus dads in the book? He went on actually to say he thought you had some really incredible insights.
Oh, thank you for reading. Certainly, I hope this is a book for dads too. I mean, in our dream world, this would be a book for everyone, but I know that I've heard primarily from readers who are moms, but I certainly wanted to talk about the different expectations for mothers and fathers in our culture. And what informed my writing about fathers was really just things I'd picked up on from reading, my noticing the fact that the mom blog world is much more developed than the dad blog world. For example, when we had sleep training issues or night terrors or the various trials that you go through raising a toddler, my husband was the one who would go research the mom blogs. It's not like there were any fatherhood blogs for him to even look at. And I think I was also picking up on the fact that, for example, you mentioned your core group of mom friends, which I have also relied on in my life too. But I've noticed that with my closest friends and a lot of the moms I know in my real life, we place so much pressure on ourselves and judge ourselves so much more harshly than a lot of the fathers I know, who are also very committed to their children but don't have the same performance anxiety that a lot of the moms I know have. So I wanted to represent that in the book.
Sometimes it can just be too much.
I've been trying in every interview to acknowledge the fact that I finished my book while having a small child because I had full-time childcare.
Yeah.
So this was not something that happened by magic, staying up until 5 a.m. and then homeschooling my daughter all day. So I had support, which a lot of moms in America don't have.
Yeah, I think if we judge each other and ourselves a little less, you know, there'll be some more love to go around. We have another poll question, our last poll question. Yes. I love these. This is for all of you at the end of the book, and we're going to get there in a bit. Do you believe that Frida and Harriet got away and started a new life? We're going to hear from Jasmine on this too. Yes or no? No, let us know. I'm dying to hear about the ending from you, which is always a hard decision. Like, do you talk with the authors about their thoughts? But today, we're gonna do it. More to come in our discussion just after the break. Stay with us.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, and this is
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
all right, and this is
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
I want to talk about the word dystopian because I called this a dystopian novel when I announced that we were choosing it on the plaza. And then since then, there's been a little bit of blowback where people have said, I actually don't find this to be dystopian. This is some people's realities. I want to say that somebody said that this felt like the successor in some ways of Margaret Atwood's, of course, The Handmaid's Tale, which I'm sure as a writer that must have thrilled you in some ways. But what year does this take place in your mind? And would you call it a dystopian novel?
Well, I think I only call it a dystopian novel because such categories exist from the Library of Congress.
Right.
So, I mean, according to the Library of Congress, it's also a science fiction novel, which is hilarious to me because I mean, just logging onto this call felt like a miracle, and Google Docs sends me into like having a heart attack. So I think it is dystopian in the sense that there is more technology. It's dystopian and speculative in the sense that there's more technology than exists now. But I would say that it is rooted in some phenomena that exists in real life regarding the family court system and the fact that government mandated parenting classes really do exist, and parents really do lose custody of their children for a whole range of offenses that may not obviously register as child abuse or neglect.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, somebody said, so is this like science fiction? And I'm not a science fiction reader really at all. And I was like, no, not in my mind, but I see what you're saying. We got our audience poll back. So Jasmine, let's hear what they had to say. So we asked you all if you believe Frida and Harriet got away and started a new life at the end. 59% say yes, and 41% say no. Jasmine.
Well, almost down the middle.
It's sort of down the middle, although I would say 59% would win an election. So let's talk about the ending. What, in your mind, and also what year does this take place? Is this in the future in your mind? Sorry, I'm dying to know that, and I don't know why I want the specifics so bad, but is this like 2040, or could this happen today?
I purposely chose not to name the years so that the book would hopefully have a timeless quality, so that if 15 years from now someone was reading it, it wouldn't be the case of someone saying, oh, this is set in 2024, it's the past.
Yes.
So I decided not to name the year. I think of it as kind of an alternate present with a few more toys for the government and tech companies to have at their disposal. So I wasn't necessarily thinking of it as a future where there's drones delivering everything or there's flying.
Yeah.
So I wanted to leave things a little ambiguous, but I think your question now was about the ending, right?
So let's talk about the ending. All of you, I hope, read this with us. If you didn't, this is where you can push pause because everybody hates a spoiler alert. If you haven't finished, we're going to talk a little bit about the ending. Jasmine, in your mind, what happens?
You know, I don't know that I've completely answered that for myself.
No.
Because I wanted to leave open the possibilities that I mean, I think it's important to acknowledge, like, something that I did try to mention in a line or two, that this isn't a scenario like Carrie Mathison on Homeland where Frida could just throw a wig on and blend into the crowd. I wanted to acknowledge what possible endings would even be in play for a Chinese American woman and her daughter who, I mean, would never be in a majority Asian city because none exist in America. So I wanted to acknowledge the fact that she would be visible and easy to find in that way. So I think if I had to answer, because I don't want to leave you totally hanging, I think I envision that they would have some time together, but that it might be really hard to get away with it forever because Frida is not a mastermind criminal who's has erased all digital footprints or money footprints. She can try to do a few things that she's seen on crime shows, but she's not an expert. She's not a CIA agent. It would be really hard in America, in most cities in America, for her to totally go off the grid.
Okay, Jasmine, hold that thought, and we'll be back right after this.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
The answers come when you need them most. Ooh, let it go.
The Today Show's newest fan.
This is the moment.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here? This is your moment. Your moment.
Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Let's talk about this TV series. Jessica Chastain is at the helm. You have an incredible screenwriter. You're an executive producer, which is pretty incredible. Talk about...
It's totally stressful.
It's probably stressful and also awesome. I mean, talk about what that process has been like for you.
Well, luckily, because I'm not the one breaking the book and writing the pilot episode, I can mostly cheer on the creative team. So we have Jessica Chastain and her company Freckle Films as the producers, and Endeavor Content, which is the studio behind the recent film The Lost Daughter, and they've done so many exciting projects. So they are the studio attached to my TV project, and Jude Wang, a really talented and exciting Chinese American director, is attached. So it's really a dream creative team, and I mostly am watching and learning at this point, but it's definitely just so surreal to even think about it being adapted. But what's exciting to me is that there's the possibility of having a 1-hour drama that's about American society and talking about a lot of big cultural issues, but told through the perspective of an Asian American lead, because in 2022, that sort of representation is still really rare.
Before I let you go, will you just tell us what you hope this book leaves us with?
Well, first, I'd say thank you to the readers. Thank you to anyone who's reading and engaging with the book. I'm so honored as an author, and especially as a first-time author. But I hope more than anything that readers will feel seen in whatever way the book speaks to them, because books have always been a lifeline for me throughout, and I really hope to give that to readers.
Jasmine, thank you so much for joining me and all of our Read with Jenna followers out there. Have a great day, everyone.
Well, hello there, everybody, and welcome to your Wednesday edition of Popstar Plus. On today's show, we're catching up with Oscar winner Adrien Brody about his latest movie. Plus, we're revisiting the time we spent with the late comedian Louis Anderson more than 30 years ago. But first, here's what's going on today in Popstart. Peter Dinklage, the Emmy-winning actor, is calling out Disney for their upcoming live-action remake of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. Popstart correspondent Chanel Jones on that story with us. Chanel, good morning.
Good morning to you. A lot of people are talking about this one. The former Game of Thrones star speaking out against the portrayal of the Seven Dwarfs, calling it backwards. And now Disney is responding.
This morning, Walt Disney Studios on the defensive following harsh criticism by Emmy-winning actor Peter Dinklage over the upcoming live-action adaptation of the 1937 Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, starring West Side Story actress Rachel Zegler.
I was a little taken back by they're very proud to cast a Latino actress as Snow White.
Yeah.
But you're still telling the story of Snow White.
Snow White, yeah.
And Seven Dwarfs.
Dinklage, the star of hits like Game of Thrones and Elf, has led the way in the industry.
I have my mind, and a mind needs books like a sword needs a whetstone.
He was born with a common form of dwarfism, now speaking out on the podcast WTF with Marc Maron.
You're progressive in one way, but you're still making that backward story of seven dwarves living in a cave. What the you doing, man?
Saying he has a front row seat to hypocrisy in entertainment.
Have I done nothing to advance the cause from my soapbox? I guess I'm not loud enough.
Dinklage going on to say he means no ill will to Zegler, who was cast as Snow White back in June, but adds the story could be told in a more innovative way.
If you tell the story of Snow White, it's most up, cool, progressive spin on it. Let's do it.
Yeah,
all in.
Disney releasing a statement responding to the backlash, writing in part, to avoid reinforcing stereotypes from the original animated film, we are taking a different approach with these 7 characters and have been consulting with members of the dwarfism community.
The Snow White adaptation is set to be released in 2023, just to give you some perspective, over 80 years after the original.
Wow. Interesting to see what they do.
We'll see what happens.
All right, Chanel, thank you for that. Next up, David Letterman and Seth Meyers. The two are teaming up to celebrate the 40th anniversary of NBC's late night show. On Tuesday, Meyers shared to social media that Letterman's going to return as a special guest nearly 3 decades after the comedian's departure from NBC. Dave, of course, launched the late night franchise back in 1982, paving the way for future hosts Conan O'Brien, Jimmy Fallon, and Seth. Meyers and Letterman will be joined by musical guest Adam Duritz from Counting Crows for next week's celebration. The 40th anniversary show is set for next Tuesday, February 1st. All right, next up, Mila Kunis and Demi Moore. The Hollywood A-listers are poking fun at their shared romantic history in a new Super Bowl ad for AT&T.
Oh, wow. And now for our high school's most admired alum. You know her. You love her. You wish you could be her.
Ruh-roh. I told her not to go up there.
What are you doing here?
It's Anna Gomez! Who? Our first Gadillionaire.
I had no idea that we went to the same high school. We have a lot in common.
Of course, Demi Moore was married to Ashton Kutcher from 2005 to 2013. Mila Kunis has been married to him since 2015, but it isn't just nice to see everybody get along.
I thought I was going to see an Ashton Kutcher cameo. Wouldn't that have been cute?
I don't know, we didn't see the whole thing, though.
Maybe he's in it.
Maybe he pops in at the end.
Okay.
Finally, Dolly Parton. Remember just last year when Dolly released her own flavor of ice cream? Well, the Queen of Country is adding yet another 9 to 5 to her never-ending resume. For her latest gig, she's heading to the kitchen with a new line of Duncan Hines. As part of her partnership with the baking giant, they're offering not one now, but 2 Southern-style cake mixes and 2 types of buttercream frosting.
Come on. Do it.
Plus, Dolly is sharing her favorite recipes for banana pudding cake and coconut cake.
Yum.
Confectionery collection launched online earlier this morning, and guess what? It's already sold out.
Of course it is. Okay.
That was like today. It's Popstar Plus. We got a few more headlines for you today. We'll start with Tom Brady. After Sunday's Bucs-Rams nail-biter knocked Brady and his team out of the playoffs, the quarterback taking a moment to look back on the season and show some gratitude for his teammates. In a lengthy post on Instagram, the GOAT wrote in part, "This year has been incredibly rewarding personally and professionally, and I'm appreciative of everyone who worked to help our team achieve so much. I always want to win. I think that's pretty apparent by now, but that doesn't mean I equate losing to failure, especially when you go out fighting the way we did. To everyone that was a part of this year, thank you." Well, that's what Tom wrote. The 44-year-old said that he thinks he can play pro ball until 50, but right now, he's pondering his future and spending some time with the family, so we'll just have to wait and see. And finally, Mandy Moore grabbed the Kleenex because, believe it or not, it's been 20 years since the actress broke our hearts in the Nicholas Sparks classic, A Walk to Remember. And to mark the anniversary, Mandy sat down to watch the movie, documenting the whole thing on TikTok, and revealed that her on-screen chemistry with co-star actor Shane West was more than just acting.
Figuring out what you're gonna do when you get somewhere.
I mean, can you understand why I had the biggest crush ever on Shane West? Come on.
I mean, you can
Well, to be fair, Mandy, who didn't have a crush on Landon Carter? We were all in the same boat. But congratulations on 20 years. Those are your Pop Start headlines. Fair enough. All right, coming up, Adrian Brody's talking to us and taking us inside his new thriller. That's next.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our week-long journey across America from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last move.
Was talking smack part of this?
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
And we're back. In the new film Clean, Adrian Brody stars as a garbage collector caught in a sticky situation, and he joined our third hour gang to tell him all about it.
Producer, painter, composer, Adrian Brody.
Yes, he won the Oscar for Best Actor in his role in The Pianist, playing a musician struggling to survive the destruction of World War II. And he's appeared in multiple Wes Anderson projects, most recently the film The French Dispatch.
Now Adrian stars in Clean. It's a film he also co-wrote and produced. He plays a garbage man with a violent past who's trying to live a quiet life but must return to his old ways to protect a young girl from harm.
What's got in the bag for me?
I'm buying today.
Okay. What you need? Home protection?
Hunting.
Season over, man.
Not yet.
Ooh, Adrian, good morning. Congratulations.
You're messing with the wrong trash man.
I bet.
I would say so. Now, Adrian, first, congratulations on this film. I think of all the things I've seen you in the last decade, and in the background of all this, you've been working on this passion project. Tell us about Clean and, why this was something you were so involved in it.
Yes. I'm really grateful because it's been such a long endeavor to try and create a film from scratch. Mm-hmm. And I've worked my lifetime in this business and I've worked with wonderful people, and I've always yearned for a very specific character and a storytelling approach. And this is a genre that I love. It has action, it's fun, it's exciting, it's very rewarding. There's retribution, which I think is always entertaining, and when it's well earned. But it for me it speaks to a lot of what troubles me around in the world. So it doesn't sugarcoat things, and it offers us as an audience and for myself as an actor a chance to play a very complex, flawed protagonist that, in spite of all of his failures, manages to surmount them and really do a heroic act and save this girl
transform himself.
Yeah.
What I found kind of fascinating, you're wearing a bunch of hats in this. Not only did you star in it, you're co-producing it, you're producing it, co-writing it, and you composed the music for it.
Wow.
You're a bit of a slacker, aren't you?
Yeah, that's what I do. I try to, now more than ever, I've realized obviously how precious our time is. And I've been making music for 30 years pretty quietly. And as I was making the film and portraying Clean, I realized that the music that I compose comes from a very, very similar influences. I'm a New Yorker. This is a wonderful city, but I grew up through the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and there was a lot of, I've been exposed to a lot. And I feel like those influences, and including the film influences, everything, all of them it all kind of stems from the same place. And the music, for me, further, I guess, expresses the emotional storytelling, not only for the character, but for the whole piece. So the music is actually a character in the film.
I love that.
Well,
and as if you, wonderful thing to do.
And as if you weren't busy enough, I was just looking here, you're also going to be playing Pat Riley in the upcoming series Winning Time about the LA Lakers. Before you leave us this morning, can you tell us anything about that?
I mean,
It's
it
amazing.
is such an exciting thing. I mean, I'm a longtime admirer of Pat. I love the Lakers. They're an amazing team. But I think, this takes place at the birth of that fast break basketball era in the beginning of the 80s. And, Pat Riley is becoming Pat Riley. And so it's a real interesting thing to get to know the man that I've seen, this iconic leader, and to watch him come into that place in life is fascinating.
I can't wait to see that.
Yeah. And you were terrific in The French Dispatch. I love that movie.
Thank you.
And I loved you in Peaky Blinders, too. I
So
just
we'll just
binged
keep
that
going.
whole
And he's
thing.
in Succession.
This is just an Adrian Love day. This is a love fest for you.
We love everything you do, Adrian. Thank you so much for joining us.
There you go.
There you go.
Happy Wednesday.
All right, Clean will be in theaters and everywhere you buy and rent movies this Friday.
Always great to hear from an Oscar winner. Love Adrian Brody. Coming up next, a little inspiration for the Olympics from Jonathan Van Ness.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Hammer deliberations.
All right, it just me too.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast. Free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to Popstar Plus. Queer Eye star Jonathan Van Ness is back in the news thanks to a new show on Netflix. It's adapted from his hit podcast, Getting Curious. So, in his honor, we thought we'd share some of Jonathan's words of wisdom from his quoted by conversation with Hoda.
Okay, so Jonathan Van Ness here, and we're gonna talk to you about your favorite quote.
Okay.
Tell me because I'm so curious. What is it that is like your North Star? What is your favorite quote?
Okay, it's not in the book, but the one that just came to my head
was when Jay Leno asked Michelle Kwan on The Tonight Show, honey. He said, how did it feel losing the gold medal? And she said, I didn't lose the gold, I won silver. It's weird becoming like friends with your idol.
She's the most decorated American figure skater of all time.
Hi!
Michelle Kwan.
Oh my goodness.
But she's someone who, like, watching that, I can remember when I was 11 watching, like, the 1998 Nagano Games and watching her, like, slay that long skate, and I was like, no one can come for her. She's untouchable, honey. Like, and then Tara just, like, put down, like, the skate of her life. I mean, Tara skated the long skate of her life, that long skate.
Right.
I think that just, that to me was, like, it translated to me so much in that time because, well, it was wanting what you have. It was like teaching me to like want what you have, accept what is. And it was without saying it like that to an 11-year-old, but it taught me to just like accept what is and be excited for what is.
Right, don't talk about the thing you didn't get. Talk about the thing that's in your hand. That's such a life lesson.
Because she had so much pressure on her to win that. And when she was a kid, like she was a child in 1998, she was like 15 with like the internet, with all that pressure at that age, and watching her kind of, you know, have that disappointment, which like since when is like an Olympic silver medal disappointment? It's like the most incredible achievement ever.
So she said, I didn't lose the gold,
I won the silver.
So how is that translated in your life? How have you taken that with you, that little lesson?
Well, sometimes I don't hold on to it as like well as I should. You know, sometimes I think I'm like a little bit rough. I think we all have like our moments where we like need to hold on to those like lessons like harder. But I do think that like that Olympic figure skating tenacity, I think has like permeated my will to like work hard and be as good as you know, like a hairdresser as I can be, and but really just made me want to learn like as much as I can about like everything that I'm passionate about. And yeah, thank God, like at 31, that took me to figure skating, so I can really like put my money where my mouth is.
Michelle Kwan. Let's just say her name together.
Michelle Kwan.
Well, nothing like some motivating words to get you through the day. Up next, we're honoring the late, great, and Emmy-winning comedian Louie Anderson.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know, the biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the Eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Banner new elections.
All right, it just me too.
Today is now a podcast available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. Welcome back. The affable comedian and actor Louie Anderson passed away last week at the age of just 68. And in his honor, we have his 1987 visit here to the Today Show in his hometown of St. Paul, Minnesota.
Who said growing up in a livable town is no fun? Comedian Louie Anderson found it very funny. Recently, Louie returned here to his hometown and taped a show which will be aired this summer on Showtime. The show was taped at the Tyrone Guthrie Theater, where they normally do things like Shakespeare.
Growing up now is harder because people have to worry about things. Kids especially, we didn't really worry about that bomb hitting. Like now kids have to think, well, should I go to school? Because you could say to your parents, hey, that bomb's supposed to hit today. I'd like to be home at least. So I could hit you just before it hits. Let's face it, the only people prepared for the bomb are the punk rockers. They look like we're going to. They're great. I love the punk rockers. Don't be hard on them, because eventually they're going to have children. And those kids will find those pictures. And if they have any little brothers named Tommy, this is what your real parents look like.
Louis Anderson, you get home a lot?
I come home a lot.
Yeah.
I just flew in.
Yeah. I love it how people from Minneapolis, St. Paul, they'd like to say, we don't have any accent.
No,
Here.
sure, yeah. No, not at all.
They do. You grew up in a big family.
11 kids.
Is that big?
That's big for my standards.
Yeah. Was it a big,
Some
happy
starved.
family?
Yeah, well, no, it wasn't always happy. I mean, we had a lot of problems in my family, and I think sometimes my humor grew out of that. Like my father was an alcoholic, so that he was kind of mean sometimes, and my mom, to cope with that, would kind of like leave the planet. And so I think there was a little stress sometimes.
Like
but
what kind
we
of
always
humor
found
could
a
grow
lot
out of that?
Well, like my mom saying, Mom, can we get a cat? Oh no, they lick the butter. And not arguing with that. Just going, yeah, maybe she's right.
What was it like coming back at the Tyrone Guthrie 3? I was telling you, I was in Minneapolis when I was a teenager, and I saw Twelfth Night. I saw Shakespeare.
12th night, one more, we would have had 12 kids. So it was real exciting. In fact, I really wanted to film that at the Guthrie because Minnesota audiences really made me grow as a comic because they demanded, you know, good jokes and clean material and premises that worked. So I wanted to film it here, you know, because I worked on that material about 8 years, and I wanted to be able to, you know, have them share in that filming. And
They're not an easy audience, a Minnesota crowd.
no,
They're not.
haven't you found that?
Yes, I found. Except for these, we came indoors, and there are some of you faint of heart who aren't outdoors, and aren't we glad?
I think they're not an easy audience because I think that Minnesota is that famous thing, the good life. And I think that people really want things at a high standard. You know, our medical here and our social systems and the way we take care of people and our beautiful cities.
So what's to poke fun of people who have it all?
Lutefisk. And anybody who can survive a 40 below wind chill.
Yeah, you know, you are the man one has to ask. How many answers do you have to this question? How cold was it?
I like when they said, is it cold enough for you? No, I like it to be 100 below. And people love their jumper cables here. That's a big thing. They'll show them to you. Look at these. Look at the teeth on them. I'm thinking about taking these hunting with me next year.
What's the story? We've got did I say lutefisk?
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 I don't know. I never tried it.
We've got a spot on it later on. You might
You'll
share
have a spot on you if you eat it. I'll tell you that.
Well, Louis Anderson, we'll have to leave it at that unless
great.
you have any final thoughts.
One more thing. I want to
Oh,
make
you
you an
do?
official. Where is it? Where's the jacket?
Where's the jacket?
An official twins. Bring it
Somebody,
over.
there it is. Just
She's gonna
throw that
throw
thing.
it.
Throw that
She's
thing.
going to be an official. The twins are going to win the series this year. We're hoping the twins will win the series.
My twins?
Well, we hope your twins. They've already won. They have you.
can't get it off.
But the Minnesota Twins and Jane and I will be playing this year. The
M
Minnesota
for
Twins.
mom.
Yeah.
Thanks, Louis.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Gonna miss Louis. He can always make us laugh. We have another clip from our vault. Here's Louis back in 1989, this time talking to Today about a collection of letters that he wrote to his late father.
Louis Anderson is a very funny guy. He has made a career in comedy, based in part on his Minnesota childhood and a great big family. But the real success story is this book, Dear Dad, Letters from an Adult Child. How a grown man comes to terms with a desperately unhappy childhood. Louis Anderson, good morning.
Good morning.
Your father was an alcoholic, an abusive alcoholic, and yet I feel awful for all the times I have laughed at some of your stories of your wacky upbringing in that great big family. Why did you want to make us laugh about it at first?
Well, I guess that I'm glad that, first of all, that you laughed because that was my intention. And I think my thing was that, you know, it was so absurd. My father was crazy with the things he would say. Like, if I was the last person on earth, some moron would turn left in front of me. When you're a kid, you go, what? Of course, you always turn to your brother and go, wish he was. So I tried to make humor out of those abusive situations or that crazy talk or, the fact that he, I shared as much about my dad's abuse as I could, and I tried to make it funny and turn it into something that people could respond to rather than to react to.
You knew that you were angry. And comedians, a lot of them say that the root of comedy is anger. I hear that all the time from comedians, but did you know what the source of that anger was?
Well, I knew my dad's drinking had definitely affected my life. And I knew that my comedy was all coming out of growing up in a family that was dysfunctional. And what surprised me so much is how many people came up to me after my show and went, I had the same dad as you, or I had the same mom as you. So I knew I was hitting something, a chord that was, going on.
All right, the letters.
Right.
You wrote these letters after your father died. Were you ever able to resolve anything with him before he died?
Well, we had talked some, but what had happened was my father died and a friend of mine's father died, and when his dad died, he went to the cemetery and read his dad some letters. And I thought that was so different, but when my friend came back, I took him to the cemetery, and when he came back to the car, he was a different person. And I knew that at that moment that I was going to have to do something like that in order to resolve what I had to say. When I got done writing this book, writing these letters, I was a different person. The anger went somewhere.
But you're still funny. I'm happy to report you're still funny.
I'm still funny, and I think that, there's a lot of funny stuff in the book. We pick two serious things because, I'm known for the funny stuff, but there is a lot of funny things in the book, like the time my mom, when I was born, and my mom took the green stamps with so she could stop at the green stamp place because it was the only way she could get there was when we went to the hospital. Because it was close to it. So she went in the hospital before I was born, because she had 11 children, she knew how much time she had, bought something with the green stamp she had saved, and then went to the hospital and had me. I still have the thing she bought, too.
What?
A mirror. A goofy mirror. Moms, they like goofy stuff.
If you had known the story of your father's life, would that have helped, do you think?
Yeah. The reason that I finally decided that this book would be good to be published, because originally the letters were just written for me. They were part of a therapeutic thing that I wanted to go through and work it out. And I realized that maybe if somebody read this and their father was still alive and they were looking for a reason or some place to go, that they could give their dad this book, or they could read the book and maybe they would see a place. Because the book has a lot of places that, kind of sum up what happens between a son and a father, or a daughter and a father. I don't think it's,
Did you ever find out why he was the way he was?
Well, yeah, my dad's parents were alcoholics, and at a young age he was taken away from them because of their alcoholism and the abuse that he had. And, what I've done is I've basically stopped the abuse. I've stopped the chain. So, I've done that for my dad.
Well, it can be very uplifting to find laughter while working through so much things that are so serious. Well, that's going to do it for today's Popstar Plus. Thanks for watching. We'll be back at it again tomorrow with one of our favorites, the very funny Jim Gaffigan. We'll see you then. Bye-bye.
Hey, 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 look at y'all watching our favorite streaming channel Today All Day. We love it when you tune in to Today in 30.
Yeah, we're here in Studio 1A. It's Wednesday. We've got a big show coming your way today.
We're going to start with the Bitter Chill. Mr. Roker is going to have everything we need to know. That cold weather is really expanding across much of the country. And here on the East Coast, we're getting ready for what could be a major nor'easter this weekend.
Oh, all right. Then Jill Martin has another great list of steals and deals, and this time it's all aimed at improving our sleep.
Oh, I can't wait for that. And then you're going to want to stick around because Katie Lee is going to show us how to kick our sandwich game up a notch.
I like that. And we're going to end the show by saying hello to Dolly Parton, the country superstar, just celebrated a birthday. Obviously, she looks better than ever. She sounds better than ever. She's got no plans of slowing down. And waiting to hear about her very sweet new project.
It's going to get everybody baking.
Draw the hair like right
You do.
Yeah, it's been bugging me the whole time.
It around. It's
All
time
right.
for
Today in 30. Al's got your forecast details, but let's get started with NBC's Shaquille Brewster. He's in Des Moines this morning. Hi, Shaq. Morning.
Good morning, guys. I can confirm it is bitterly cold outside right now. I'll tell you, I brought a thermometer, and the needle's right around 0, but the real temperature is about 5 below. But when you add in the wind chill, it gets much colder than that. It's not just here in Iowa, but really across the region, some people waking up to their coldest temperatures of the season.
This morning from Kansas to Michigan, a midweek blast of cold pummeling the Midwest. Millions under winter weather alerts. Bitter temperatures and brutal winds pack a serious 1-2 punch.
The advisories issued when it's dangerously cold. 15 to 30 minutes, that's it for exposed skin.
Extreme wind chills making it feel well below 0. -20 in Chicago, -28 in Minneapolis, and 35 below 0 in Duluth. The frigid temperatures in Minnesota bringing the coldest sunrise of the season over Lake Superior. The view from above showing snow quickly accumulate across the Great Lakes.
Look at all the snow!
Further west, another dangerous cold front moving in, dumping heavy snow up to 25 inches across Colorado. Many forced to brave the elements as snow blanketed the region. The wintry mess also creating dangerously blinding conditions on the road. A major interstate shut down Tuesday all the way to the Kansas border, with multiple vehicles spinning out of control, snarling traffic, and leaving drivers stranded.
And speaking of that snow, the National Weather Service is saying they're becoming more confident in a potential and significant East Coast snowstorm. But until then, I'll tell you, this Arctic chill, this Arctic air is heading directly to you guys in New York. Savannah?
Okay, Shaq, looks cold out there. Go warm up. Thank you so much.
All right, let's bring in Mr. Roker. A lot of people wondering about timing.
Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of us are dealing with the cold. I mean, coast to coast, 226 million people below freezing this morning. And right now we've got wind chill advisories or warnings for 31 million people from the plains all the way to New England and down into the Appalachians. Now, here's what we're looking at right now. Dangerously cold wind chills. It feels like -31 in Minneapolis, -16 in Chicago. Memphis, you feel like 12 degrees, 11 here in New York City. And right on into the weekend, you can look at these bone-chilling temperatures. 17 on Saturday in Buffalo, 24 in New York City. Saturday, it's 25 in Charleston and 35 in Nashville. Now, here's this storm. This is the timing of it and what we are expecting. We're watching the models. The European model curves closer to the coast, brings heavy snow from Philadelphia to New England. We're talking blizzard-like conditions. The American model a little further to the east. It curves away from the coast. That heavy snowfall is confined right now to coastal New England and maybe a little inland. So what we're looking at when we blend the models together for a snowfall total, heavy snow from Portland all the way to Newport, Montauk, just to the west of New York City and down into the Delmarva Peninsula. But guys, the problem right now is the American model for New York City, about 2 to 3 inches of snow. The European model, upwards of 16 inches. So what we're looking at right now is waiting to see which model moves to the other one. But we just want folks to be ready for what potentially could be a major snowstorm along the East Coast.
Well, as we get closer, I guess we'll get a better idea too, Al. Thank you very much. Stick around because there is much more coming up on Today in 30.
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. Was talking smack part of this?
For breaking news in our changing world, download the NBC News app.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see. Was talking smack part of this?
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
All right, finally, we're back with Steals and Deals, and this time, Savannah, our friend Jill Martin is going to help restore your sleep routine because, let's face it, who doesn't want more sleep?
Well, we definitely do. And remember, it's easy to find these bargains. You scan the QR code at the bottom of your screen. Jill, morning to you.
Good morning, Jill.
We're hanging on your every word for this segment.
Good morning, guys. Well, this was a good one because I got to stay in my pajamas. But I heard you two talking yesterday about how you love to take naps and it's important to schedule rest. And so I really believe in that. So we have 6 products, and the first one we're starting with, we've never done this before. This is exciting. It's the Milliard Memory Foam Mattresses. Now, this is how they come, and then you just unwrap it, and it becomes a mattress. This is how it arrived at the house. The retail price, $4.99 to $7.99. Now, choose from 2 options. The first one is an Ultra Comfort Memory Foam Mattress, supportive foam base with a luxuriously soft top layer. It has a medium firm feel, so it's a great option. Even if you need something for a guest room, too. It has a soft outer cover, which is easy to clean. It's machine washable. The brand says it's designed to last for years and contains durable, long-lasting foam.
Wait, what's
available
machine
in twin,
washable?
Full, queen, and king.
The whole mattress?
The cover to the mattress.
Cover to it.
No,
Sorry.
the cover to it. So if it gets dirty, you take it off and just throw it in. And then the next option is the split firm and soft memory foam mattress. You guys are going to like this. It's great for those who share a sleep space but want individual personal comfort. It offers
my
a
wife.
soft side with responsive plush memory foam, and then on the other side, just 1 inch of memory foam on the firm side, so you choose your comfort. Available in queen and king. The retail price is $4.99 to $7.99. The deal is $209 to $379, and you don't fight with your partner. That's up to 58%
That's priceless.
off. That's
Siri
a
would pay
great deal. And again,
$8.99 if I would
it
just sleep
arrives
downstairs.
I was about to say, does it come in twin size? That's what you need,
She
2
would
different
cut it in
beds.
half and put one on the other side of the room.
Fact.
Okay, moving on. The Blankwell Elegance Cluster Memory Foam Queen Pillow. Now, this one comes like this as well. When you open it, give it a second, and it expands to this. The retail, $99.99. Blankwell was founded to help ease people's stress and anxiety through better sleep. This pillow is a perfect blend of luxury with moisture managing technology that the brand says helps the pillow stay dry and cool overnight. The inside of the pillow is made of high-quality memory foam clusters designed to be both comfortable and supportive. Queen size dimensions, 18 by 30. The retail, $99.99. The deal, $29. That's
good deal.
71% off. Okay, next up, I don't know, do either of you use a weighted blanket?
I've tried it. It's a little heavy.
I have one. I got mine for anxiety. It was like prescribed to me.
Yeah, and did it work?
Yeah, it does. It offers sort of that feeling of kind of comfort, but it is very heavy, and it's not for everybody.
No, I tried it for anxiety too, but I still was anxious.
Yeah. Well, it's not for everybody, but it does help. And this one is the Ella Jane reversible weighted blanket. I sleep with the lightest one. It's the retail $129.99 to $179.99. So it's a velvety soft fabric on one side, microfiber on the other. The box quilted construction of the blanket helps the fill stay in place so you won't have weight on one side more than the other. The brand says the weighted pressure is designed to have a deep calming effect for a good night's sleep in a range of 12 pounds, 15 or 20 pounds, and 5 color combinations. You can check them out on today.com. The retail $129.99 to $179.99. The deal $42 to $48, up to 73% off. And if you've never tried it, it's great at a deal price like that because you can get it home and try it out.
Well, also, I think
All right,
if you don't like to
always
cuddle
super
with your partner,
popular.
it's a good gift because, like, my wife bought me that because it's supposed to give you that feeling of
We were like,
someone loves you.
Every time
a
we
heavy
have
blanket.
this segment, like this is what it turns into.
Oh no, Siri and I, we get sleep divorce, so we have all sorts of sleep issues. I'm going to buy one of each of these products.
Yes, and try it.
Yes.
Exactly.
But the
Like,
weighted blanket
you could
is
hug
great.
your pillow like the lady
If you sleep
model.
lonely at night, like I do, try the weighted blanket.
You and Mike should sleep
Well,
together.
the good
I would
news
love
is
to.
the good news is you both seem to have beautiful marriages, so
Those
the
aren't
sleep
pillows.
items can only help you. So moving on, we have this Kitsch Satin Sleep Set Bundle, the retail $55. This is always super popular, so if you want this, get this now. The bundle includes 2 standard satin pillowcases, 1 satin eye mask, 1 satin sleep scrunchie. I love a scrunchie. Available in colors leopard or ivory. The satin can help prevent crimping and frizz. Their high-quality satin is soft and buttery smooth, vegan and cruelty-free. The brand says it's gentle for all hair and great even if you move while you sleep. There's a minimalistic side zipper to keep in place overnight. Easy to clean, but hand wash it with cold water and then just soap and air dry. Retail $55, the deal $19 for that entire set. That's 65% off. All right, this is super cool. This is the Harmony Smart Ultrasonic Essential Oil Diffuser with Wi-Fi by Pure Daily Care. The retail $149.95. Now, this little guy does a lot. Creates a soothing, peaceful atmosphere with the smart diffuser. Also gives a soft light, and you can stream music too. Perfect for the bedroom, living areas, or the home office. The smart diffuser is easy to set up. It comes with the 3 scents, so I have lavender in there right now. I didn't have the mist going because I had it going for too long. And you can download an app on your phone so that you can control it by Bluetooth and schedule it. So if you want to walk in at night to a beautiful aroma, that could really set the tone and the behavior of your sleep. The retail $149.95, the deal $49, a beautiful gift. 67% off. And last up, Good Living in Style. This will be good for you and your partners. No More Sore Massager. The retail $129.95. Now the small massager is lightweight cordless, so it's portable, travel friendly, and easily fits in your bag. I have a bad hip, so I use this constantly on my hip. It comes with 4 tools, so you can use it in different ways to relax, soothing different muscles. 3 speed settings, low, medium, high. Comes in 5 colors. You can check them out on today.com. The retail $129.95. The deal $39, 70%
That's a great
off.
deal.
All right, let's run
Those
through
are
the
nice.
products
Really
one more time. We have the Milliard Memory Foam Mattresses, the Blankwell Elegance Cluster Memory Foam Pillow, the Ella Jane Weighted Blanket, the Kitsch Satin Sleep Set Bundle, the Pure Daily Care Harmony Smart Ultrasonic Essential Diffuser, and the Good Living in Style No More Sore Massager. I feel like it should also come with a therapy session so you and your partners can all get the items and then work together.
This is Carson's therapy session, and mine too. I slept on the couch last night.
Jill, those are some great deals. How much for the skeleton surfboard?
Oh, I know. Isn't that priceless?
That is cool.
That was one of the first items when I started working that I invested in. Thank you for pointing it out.
I love that.
Means
If
a
you
lot
ever put
to
that
me.
in Steals and Deals, let
I
us
know,
know.
that's awesome.
And thanks for the sleep stuff. You slept on the couch last night, really?
I did, yeah, because, snoring.
You opted to go there, though.
Well, yeah, because I didn't want him. I didn't
Am I
want.
still snoring?
A little, yeah.
CPAP.
I know, but he doesn't.
I breathe with a tube. If you saw me
specialist.
sleeping, it's like I'm in an
You
aquarium.
look like Darth Vader. I know.
but it helps.
I know, but he doesn't need that. So I just move on. I wear earplugs every
Siri moved
night.
back into the room now because I have the CPAP machine.
She did?
Yes.
Oh, so the sleep divorce is over.
It's off and on.
Okay.
It's touch and go. But Jill, that's not your problem.
No, sorry, Jill.
Thank you for the
deals.
deals.
This is what happens when they put us together.
There's a QR code. You can text STEELS to 34318 or head to today.com/deals. And a reminder, Today works with affiliate partners and earns a small commission on purchases made through our links. Thanks, Jill.
Mike's gone on to work by now.
Our week-long journey across America. From Washington, D.C., outside of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We've got a Congress that doesn't seem very functional. What's this election year going to look like? Are we getting ahead of the science? Are we behind the science? How much did this booster confusion set us back? Can the January 6th committee come up with anything that would change Republican minds? If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the Andrew Everett.
All right,
Today is now a podcast, available every morning. Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Andrew with everything.
All right, it just needs to.
This morning, we are putting a French twist on Today Food with a classic sandwich. Joining us right now, our pal, Katie Lee Beagle. She's the co-host of The Kitchen on Food Network and the author. Her newest cookbook is It's Not Complicated. Katie, good to see you.
Great to see you all. How are you doing this morning?
Doing great. Great. And I like you're going to make our taste buds a little more international, taking a ham sandwich and giving it a little French twist.
Yum. This is just what you need for a cold night. You know, have a nice cozy dinner. It's really simple, but it feels kind of elevated. We're not just having a ham and cheese, we're having a croque monsieur.
Ooh, okay. So how do we get started with this?
Okay, so here's how we do it. I've got some country white bread here. I like a thick slice for this, and I just topped it with some Dijon mustard. And then I've got some deli ham here. You can use any ham you like. If you like a thin slice, if you like a little thicker. I put 3 slices on, but you determine the thickness of your sandwich, however you like it. And then let's get to the good part, the cheese, because a croque monsieur has a lot of cheese. I'm talking about a lot here. So this is Gruyere cheese, and this is so nutty and salty and delicious. It's French onion soup cheese.
Right.
And
It's really melty.
We're going to put... It's very melty. That's what we want here. We want an ooey gooey sandwich. So I'm going to put about a tablespoon of this on each one. And then we're going to make a cheese sauce, okay? So I'm just going to top them with my bread. And I've got the broiler going. You want to preheat your broiler.
Okay.
And now to make our creamy cheese sauce. So I've got some butter, because every good French recipe has butter, right?
Yes.
Of course. So I'm going to melt the butter and add to it some flour. So I'm just making a classic roux here.
So this is
And
kind of
wanna
like what
let
you would
this-
put in a macaroni and cheese almost.
Absolutely. You could take this same recipe and do it for mac and cheese, toss it with some pasta, and you're good to go. So you want to let this cook for about 3 or 4 minutes. You want the flour taste to cook out of it. If you go in with your milk too early, you kind of get this like floury thing that's not appealing. So then I'm going to take, and for the sake of time, right?
Yeah.
I'll take some whole milk, and I've got 2 cups here that's just going to go in, whisk it up, and you want to let it cook until it's thick enough to coat the back of a spoon. And then you're going to add to it a cup of that grated Gruyere.
Oh, yes.
So,
That sounds
so more
amazing.
cheese goes in. And then it's going to turn into this wonderful little cheese sauce here that I've got that I'm going to top my sandwiches with.
Okay.
Boy. You're just going to go on top of those sandwiches.
What's in
and
that
just
little
give it
jar
a-
that's sitting right there?
Oh, you know, I always forget something,
little
Dylan.
cinnamon?
Thank you. This
Is
is
it
like
nutmeg?
the mom brain.
What
This
is it?
nutmeg.
Oh.
Yes, I knew I was going to forget the nutmeg too.
I got
A
you with
little
the mom
pinch of
brain. I get
nutmeg
it.
goes in there.
Okay.
You got it, right?
Now, Katie,
So
is there
little
too much? Is there any such thing as too much bechamel sauce?
I don't think there's such thing as too much bechamel sauce. No. So I'm going to really go over these sandwiches with the cheese sauce.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
We want them to be nice and melty. And then, I really went to town on that one. That one's going to be mine. And then you're going to top it with more cheese.
Yes!
Okay?
Oh my gosh.
Yes. So you're going to go in with more grated cheese on top. This is going to be so good. And I mean, it's winter time, right? We
Right.
can
Sure,
have food
come
like
on.
this.
You're
All
not
right,
eating
so
this
now
every day.
this is going to go under the broiler.
Oh.
And again, the mom brain, if you're forgetful like me, just stand next to the oven.
Yeah, I've
because
done
you'll be destined to burn it, right?
Yes.
I was in here making these this morning, like staring at the oven. Okay, so I've got some back here that's already done. I'm proud to say I didn't burn it.
Oh, my God. Oh, that's
Here we
fantastic.
go. Ooey gooey.
Yum. That looks
Slice
great.
into it. Look at that.
Oh, my
Doesn't it look
gosh.
good?
I
Now,
want
if you
that
want to make
so
this
bad.
a croque madame, you put a fried egg on top of it.
Oh.
And then you get the runny egg thing going.
Hey, we
Yeah.
don't want to run out of time. You've got a great, simple salad dressing.
Yes, salad dressing. That's the number one question I get on social media is how to make a simple vinaigrette. I agree. So you start off with 1 tablespoon of Dijon mustard. Add to it 1 tablespoon of your favorite vinegar. I like to use red wine vinegar. And then you're going to add to it just a little squirt of honey. Okay. Because that kind of balances out the tang of the vinegar. Okay. I like a little touch of lemon. Okay. And then you whisk this first, and that makes it nice and emulsified.
Okay.
And then we're going to add to it our olive oil. So typically you do 1 part vinegar, 3 parts of oil, but I like to have a little bit more tang, so I put in the lemon juice as well. And that just kind of gives it, you know, a little bit extra. And then you want to really heavily season it with salt, because that's what's going to season your entire salad.
Right.
Is that salt. So you got to go for it.
Salt, pepper.
And then you just
And then you
toss
just
it with your
Everybody has that.
on your
salad.
favorite salad.
I'm going to do that today.
Katie Lee
gotta have
Beagle.
a glass of white wine.
there you go.
Smart woman. Speaking our language.
All you need is a beret and you're set. Katie Lee Beagle. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much.
Hey, to check out this recipe and more, thank you. Head to today.com/food.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
The Today Show's newest fan.
Little Al Roker.
What am I doing here?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule. Streaming every day on Today All Day.
Okay. Oh, love it. We love listening to Dolly Parton's music, the queen of country. Just recently celebrated a birthday, and at 76, she is lovely and lively as ever.
She's got new music. She's got a sweet new project, and it's no wonder Time Magazine named her one of the 100 most influential people of 2021. Dolly Parton, when we saw you were going to be on our show, it made our day. So we want to say we're so happy to be sitting with you, and we want to discuss your cakes. But did you see Jenna's thirst trap,
No,
Dolly?
please don't ask an American icon.
A thirst trap is when you...
Yeah, I think that's great.
What do you think of Jenna's
I saw
move?
all of you doing your fashion thing, and I wanted you to know that I wanted to be in there. So I, this month, am wearing bric-a-brac and an apron.
I mean, that is as sexy as it gets. Dolly, we adore you.
Yeah.
And we were talking earlier, too, about our girls' nights.
We wanted to have a special girls' night. We wanted to invite Reba. You were first, and Oprah, and
Trisha.
Reese, and Trisha. And we wondered if you would ever want to come and hang out with us.
Wouldn't that be fun? We would love that, too.
Oh, okay. And we have to also say happy birthday. I hope you
Thank
had
you.
one of your cakes for your birthday. You posted this throwback picture, and you said, just hanging out on my birthday.
In my birthday suit. I love that.
How was it?
Oh, yeah. Well, my birthday was good. Actually, I didn't have one of these cakes. Someone had made me a big birthday cake, so I spent my day with my husband and ate a lot of cake. So I've been eating a lot of cake lately because I've been promoting our new Duncan Hines deal, which we'll talk about when you're ready.
Yeah, I think we should talk about it since it's right in front of you and we're kind of hungry. So there are, Duncan Hines is like the go-to for both of us for birthday cakes, but you are putting a little spin on it.
Well, actually, I got in business with Duncan Hines because how many times have people made Duncan Hines cake and act like they made it? You know, so
Yes.
we know they're great, and you can make it because you can read on the back. But I'm excited about doing this southern end of Duncan Hines cake and sweet stuff and all. So we got our little slogan that says, "If you are what you eat, why not be sweet?" So that's our little slogan.
And
so we've got the banana cream, banana pudding cake, and the coconut cake, which everybody loves.
I mean, you married two of the most classic things.
We heard like they're flying off the shelves. People were trying to get them, and they're like, Deli's cakes are already gone. I'm sure they're going to restock, but wow.
Well, that was the ones online, yeah. So you can actually, it's coming out in March, but you can just kind of go to the Duncan Hines website and enter your email, or you can go on my socials and find out exactly when they're going to have them restocked.
I know, Dolly, that you write music all the time. It just comes out of you no matter where you are at the funniest times and moments. And where are you writing new music, and do you have any new music that's coming out?
Well, actually, I do have some new music coming out along with a new book that I've written, a novel with the famous James Patterson. Oh, yeah. And along with that, I wrote a whole new album. It's called Run, Rose, Run, which is the title of the book, and as well as the album. So that's what I'm doing now. And then I've been doing a lot of cooking, trying to get my new line going. Seriously, though, I've been doing more writing and cooking.
We're listening to a little bit of this new music. Can we just crank it for a second?
Guitar and me.
Oh, yeah.
How to find my destiny. Nashville is the place to be.
Oh,
can you hear it?
Big dreams, big dreams.
Love. So speaking of like beautiful stories and love stories, you and Carl Dean have been married 55 years. I mean, when I saw the number 55, it just struck me. And I know people ask you all the time, like, what is it about your relationship that has withstood the test of time? But what is it?
Well, actually, we're good people. We're fun people. We both have a great sense of humor, and we like and respect each other, and we just have fun. And I stay gone enough to keep it new.
And you can bake. And you can bake. But Dolly, we were talking earlier this week because we heard that Heidi Klum got her legs insured, and there was some rumor on the internet that you have a famous body part
or parts
that are also insured, and we just have to we want you to set the record straight. Yes.
Well, it's not true about that. Years ago, was it Betty Grable or one of the great famous stars that was famous also for her legs? And at that time, I said, well, maybe I should get my boobs insured since I'm famous for them. But it was just a joke. I didn't do that.
Well, Dolly, we love you, and congratulations on your newest adventure that you're on right now. We appreciate your time.
The book, the music, all of it. We cannot wait to see you in real life soon.
Well, thank you. And by the way, you can get new boobs, but you can't get new legs.
Check.
I'm sewing that on a pillow.
Thank you.
We love you.
Love you, Dolly.
You love talking to Dolly. What's your favorite part about it?
Everything. She is, I think, the most beloved human being on the planet Earth. I don't think there's a person alive who doesn't love Dolly, but it's apparent why. She's gracious and funny and generous.
And brilliant.
Yeah.
And her music. I mean, it's just like, I feel like all of her songs have been a part of the soundtrack of our lives, of everybody's lives. She's an icon.
Well, come on back for another big morning. It's tomorrow on Today.
Tomorrow, we're going to have a great day.
We are.
Bye. We just know it.
New York City is home to so many iconic foods. But when the city that never sleeps wakes up for breakfast, they want a bagel with a cream cheese schmear piled high with lox.
There's no other city that makes a bagel like a New York City bagel.
I have not had good bagels in any other city.
I came out the womb eating bagels.
It's time to head out of Studio 1A and hit the road for a new kind of culinary adventure. Follow me as I taste some of the most iconic foods around the country and meet the families behind them. Together, we're going to learn how a good meal has the power to connect us to our past, our future, and each other. If New York's known for anything, it's its bagels. And we got them all. Everything bagels, rainbow bagels, pumpkin bagels, croissant bagels, and of course you can't have them without a schmear. While the bagel first came from Poland, many food historians say its pairing with salmon and cream cheese originated right here in the Big Apple. In this town, few specialty food shops are as beloved and as historic as Russ and Daughters.
I've been waiting in line probably 15, 20 minutes, but it's definitely worth it.
I like the contrast of the flavor. It's like a nice little bagel with salty lox.
Something about the salmon and cream cheese together, like I try to make it at home, but it's nothing compared to Russ and Daughters.
They've been serving premium smoked fish to hungry New Yorkers and folks from around the world for over 100 years. Just a few blocks from the store is the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Hi, Al.
Hey, how are you?
Welcome to the Russ and Daughters Cafe.
Nice to see you
great to
guys.
have you here.
Thanks for having us. This is beautiful.
Thank you.
Nikki Russ Fetterman and Josh Russ Tupper are the grandchildren of the original Daughters. These cousins are fourth-generation owners, carrying on their family's culinary legacy.
So this is Russ and Daughters. This is our great-grandfather, Joel Russ, who started the business, his wife, Bella, and his 3 daughters. Josh and I have the same grandmother, Anne. She was the youngest of the 3.
Was it unusual at that time for you, because you usually would see so-and-so and sons, but to see Russ and Daughters?
Very unusual. But, I mean, honestly, if he had had sons, it probably would have been Russ and Sons.
Well, thank goodness he did.
We like to think of him as a feminist, but he was a good businessman.
Joel Russ immigrated from Poland in 1907.
And he started just standing on the streets of the Lower East Side selling schmaltz herring out of a barrel. And a family could feed itself for 2 nights with 1 fish.
In 1914, he opened his first brick and mortar shop, J. Russ National Appetizing. Joel and his wife had 3 daughters, Hattie, Ida, and Ann. When they turned 11, each daughter began working with their dad. What was their relationship like with him? Because he's your dad, but he's also
your boss.
Your boss.
Yeah. And I think he cared more about being the boss and the shopkeeper. He was a new immigrant to this country who was just trying to survive and make a place for his family. And that was his focus. And he saw his children as cheap labor.
The sisters grew up learning all aspects of the business. In 1935, Hattie, Ida, and Ann became Joel's partners. The shop was renamed Russ and Daughters, making it the first in America to bear "and Daughters" in its title. When your great-grandfather decided to start Russ and Daughters, why the Lower East Side?
After Ellis Island, this was the starting off point for the majority of poor Jewish immigrants. This is where they landed and they got their start. And so he was just feeding basic food to other poor immigrants like himself.
At the turn of the century, this neighborhood was one of the most densely populated places on the planet. Many immigrants from all around the world lived in overcrowded tenement buildings, the conditions having a profound impact on their diets.
One of the things about Lower East Side Jewish food is that a lot of food wasn't made at home. When you don't have running water or when you don't have electric or gas stoves, it's really hard to do very much cooking. And so for women who are responsible for feeding their families, they had to get food from push carts, from restaurants, from bakeries.
Joel Russ was one of many vendors catering to this new population. I've always been curious, how did it come about, or from what you've heard, that somebody thought, hey, here's this round bread, we'll put some fish on it, but oh, by the way, before we do, let's put some cream cheese, some dairy on it.
Yeah. First of all, Russ and Daughters is the torchbearer of what's called appetizing. And this is a food tradition born here in New York, and it's the sister food tradition to delicatessen, both of which come up through the Jewish kosher dietary rules. You have to separate fish and dairy from meat. So a delicatessen, strictly speaking, is for meat. The appetizing store is where you go for fish and dairy, things like herring, smoked fish, When we say bagel and lox, most people are, we're referring to a smoked salmon. But the original bagel and lox was not with smoked salmon.
Technically, lox, or belly lox, is salmon cured in salt, which preserves fish without refrigeration. There's no smoking involved, and it's incredibly salty, so it pairs perfectly with tangy cream cheese. But who was the first person to put lox on a bagel?
So no one really knows how bagels, lox, and cream cheese all came together. We know that bagels come from Eastern Europe. We know that lox kind of comes basically from Nova Scotia, kind of. We know that cream cheese is an American food. But what we know is that these things come together as part of a compromise between different generations of American Jews.
Jewish law prohibits cooking with most heat sources on the Sabbath. So the combo of bagels and lox created a filling meal for observant Jews to enjoy on the day of rest.
It's good for a family, but you or your daughter-in-law didn't have to be spending the previous day cooking.
As one of the country's oldest appetizing stores, Russ and Daughters has been serving kosher meals for generations. And the weekends are still their busiest days.
I can't think really of anything that's more New York than lox and bagels.
I agree. I think that this is a food that came up through the Eastern European Jewish immigrants to New York. But now it's transformed and just become New York food. It belongs to all New Yorkers.
We began our cross-America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Our week-long journey across America, from Washington, D.C., a site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this?
Make the most of your day with
Today in
30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
In the United States, women own less than 20% of all businesses. At the iconic Russ and Daughters, co-owner Nikki Russ Fetterman is building on the legacy of her grandmother and great aunts.
Growing up, you followed in the footsteps of strong women who may not have chosen this, but took it on and obviously made it really successful. What is it like for you following in those footsteps?
It's a tremendous feeling to be now the great-granddaughter. Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg was a good customer of ours. Her family came from the Lower East Side, and she once said that before she knew the word feminist, when she looked up at the sign, Russ and Daughters, she understood that women could have an impact.
Your family's business, Russ and Daughters, has survived 2 world wars, a depression. You're here in the shadow of the World Trade Center.
Yes.
Why has this place been able to not just survive, but thrive?
I think because in each generation there has been someone who wanted to do this. This is food that people turn to for comfort in hard times. And during the pandemic, we saw that people were shipping Russ and Daughters all over the country to their loved ones because they couldn't be together. And so sending, bagels and lox and babka, say, I love you, I miss you. Here, let me feed you.
Having a schmear over Zoom.
Oh, there was a lot of that.
Okay, so you can get smoked fish pretty much everywhere these days, but not quite like this. The salmon sold at Russ and Daughters is prized for its high fat content, from the milder Gaspé Nova to the smokier Scottish. And this gourmet fish is all sliced by hand.
When you hold it up, I mean, it's almost
Look at that.
translucent.
Yeah, I think we should show you how we get it that thin.
Yeah, me and a sharp utensil, what could possibly go wrong?
It takes up to 6 months of training to master the slicing technique here.
So Al, I hear you have some knife skills.
Well, I've been in a fight or two, but it's probably nothing like yours. So how long have you been slicing salmon?
I've been at the store for 20 years.
Wow.
So I've been slicing for a while.
All right, so I watch people slice, and I'm amazed at how patient, because it seems like that's part of the skill.
The reality is, when you know how to slice, it is one of the most relaxing things you can do.
Very zen.
Very zen.
Ooh.
Meditative, right? The trick is, don't look anywhere on the fish. You have to really feel the fish.
Be the fish.
Be the fish, which is a very difficult concept to train someone.
Understood.
And particularly the first couple slices are, don't be upset if they don't look great. The idea is to make a consistently thick slice. You making faces at me, Al?
No, I'm just watching you not watch the fish. All right.
Okay.
Here we go. Be the fish. Not looking.
You should look.
I should
You
look.
got a sharp knife in your hand, Al. And you can see that as you change the angle of the knife, it changes the thickness.
Yeah.
Right?
So now that's
drastically, more than you think.
That's more than, oh my gosh, that's a very thick
We call
slice.
those chuletas.
Chuletas?
Yeah. Chops.
Ah.
In Spanish.
I was going to say, that didn't sound
It's
Yiddish.
not
That did
Yiddish.
not sound
Not
Yiddish to
Yiddish.
me.
Yeah.
Does the way you cut it affect the taste of it or the texture of it?
The texture, which affects the experience of the salmon.
It's almost like you're eating the essence of salmon, not salmon.
It's very delicate. It's a very appealing texture and mouthfeel. Yeah, the thinner.
Josh, thanks so much. Nice meeting you.
Such a pleasure to have you.
Smoke them if you got them. Up next, how fresh salmon gets turned into lox.
Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know. The biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community? Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
We began our Across America journey tonight, St. Louis, Austin, here in Nashville. From Washington, D.C., the site of our nation's capital, you rarely see.
It's your last one.
Was talking smack part of this? What are you doing for teachers who feel that they're being stretched too thin? Did you understand how prevalent hunger was in your own community?
I'm here at the Acme Smoked Fish Factory. Now there is something fishy going on in there, and you better believe I'm going to find out what it is. The folks at Acme process, smoke, and pack nearly 8 million pounds of fish every year. They sell to eateries all over the country, including Russ and Daughters. It smells of smoke and it smells of fish.
That's the way it's supposed to be. It smells like New York City.
Yes.
All right, so as you know, in any food plant, food safety is of paramount importance.
Right.
I see you got your boots on
I
here.
just happen to be wearing these.
Awesome. I'll walk you through the process of how salmon turns into smoked salmon.
Adam Kaslow is the 4th generation owner of Acme Smoked Fish. His great-grandfather, Harry Brownstein, started selling fish after immigrating from Russia to Brooklyn.
Harry started in the smoked fish business in the early 1900s, in 1906 to be exact.
Out of a push cart?
Out of a horse-drawn wagon. Wow. He would go around buying fish from different smokehouses throughout Brooklyn and Queens and had himself the sales route. You know, he worked close to 45 years. I mean, his dream was to open up his own smokehouse, and it took him 45 years to finally achieve that.
Wow. Adam now runs a massive smoked fish empire, supplying many of New York City's popular bagel shops, from H&H to Essa Bagel. Acme also selling to national grocers like Trader Joe's.
At the end of the day, it's all about the fish. We bring in fish from all over the world. Smoked salmon is probably the most popular thing that we make, and our salmon come from different places: Norway, Scotland, Chile, and Alaska.
It can take up to 5 days to make smoked salmon. Every order is made to the buyer's tastes, from the type of salmon to the curing method. The first step, cutting a whole fish into fillets. Whoa!
Yeah, so this is a 12-kilo whole salmon that I caught over here in Long Island Sound. No, I'm just kidding. This is an Atlantic salmon. It's farm raised. We use Atlantic salmon because it has the most fat, and fat equals flavor when making smoked salmon.
Right. So what are you cutting out, the backbone there?
Yeah, this is the bone.
Carving into a fish this size requires expert hands. After the fish is filleted, it's preserved with salt. The fish is then treated with a wet brine or a dry cure.
Okay, so let's dry cure some salmon.
Good.
First thing, we're gonna get it onto the raft.
Okay.
So, see if you can pick up this salmon, grab it by the tail.
Okay.
Grab with your other hand.
Underneath.
And we're gonna lay it onto the screen.
Okay.
Perfect. Great. Step 2, we're gonna grab a handful of salt.
So it's just a thin layer.
Yep. Right along the top of the dorsal. Like kind of down the center line, I suppose. And we'll give it a nice love tap.
That's it?
That's it. This fish is rather large. So traditionally we would probably wet brine this fish, but for smaller fish, the dry cure lasts about 24 hours.
Okay. That's a huge fish.
Right.
After curing, the fillets are cold smoked for up to 20 hours. This process imparts a subtle, smoky flavor.
Let me show you how the smoker works. So, these are a collection of that wood chip blend that we were talking about earlier.
There are different ways to smoke fish fillets. Hot smoking results in flaky, opaque fillets. Unlike traditional lox, smoked salmon is cold smoked below 85 degrees. This helps the fish retain its silky texture and makes it perfect for slicing.
Ready to help me get this bad boy into the oven?
You bet.
All right. All right.
Hey now.
Let's close her up.
Woo! Shut her down. After the smoker, the fish is cooled, then packed for shipping. What would your great-grandfather say
if he could see all of it. I think he'd be amazed of how difficult it was for him to achieve his dream. Right. Now his descendants have been able to build upon that dream and build us into one of the preeminent smokers in the U.S.
Up next, a vegan deli taking on tradition with plant-based lox and cashew cream cheese? Oh, you don't want to miss this.
These days, the news never stops. The morning's headlines change by afternoon, and by the end of the day, it's all totally different. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. I get it. I know that it can be hard to keep up. So let's get started together and go from there.
Hey, I'm Hallie Jackson, and we have a ton going on tonight. Here's the deal.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day. Make the most of your day with
Today in 30. We give you a mix of everything you love about our show
in a mere 30 minutes.
Savannah and Hoda bring you what you must know, the biggest moments of the morning.
One Republic!
Exclusive interviews.
Why did it work for you?
You're right. I am more talented than the rest.
And important headlines.
Major medical news this morning.
Watch Today in 30 on your schedule, streaming every day on Today All Day.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Back on the Lower East Side, two sisters, inspired by their Jewish heritage, are on a mission to make the food they loved growing up in a more sustainable way. Ladies, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
Boom.
you.
Want to show me around?
Please, come
Please,
on in.
lead away. Erica and Sarah Kabursky are the co-owners of Orchard Grocer, an entirely vegan market inspired by classic delicatessens.
This is our healthy cashew cream cheese.
They want to make the vegan lifestyle easier for all. Right after college, they opened their first business, a shoe store called Moo Shoes.
We opened our vegan shoe store 20 years ago.
How are they? They're comfortable?
About 5 years ago, we decided that we were going to update it by adding our vegan grocer, basically because it seemed like that's what our customers want. After asking us what our shoes were made of, probably where should I go eat was the second most common question. So we decided to create an experience where they could just go eat next door.
Growing up in Queens, the sisters' Jewish culture and food were closely linked. They had 10 Jewish delis in their neighborhood alone.
Probably every Sunday, it's a tradition in our family, a dozen bagels at the bagel store. A dozen always meant 15. I don't know why that was, but with the cream cheese and lox, and that was just how we spent our Sundays.
Both sisters became vegan as teenagers, but felt they lost a piece of their roots by giving up certain foods.
I think our parents were supportive of our changes to the vegan lifestyle. We grew up in a very culturally Jewish household, so all of our traditions were just based around food.
Today, a lot of folks are going vegan for a variety of reasons, from reported health benefits to concerns over animal welfare. For the sisters, it's also a matter of global importance.
We're watching climate change happen right now, and I think that's causing a lot of people to think twice about what they're eating and how they are contributing. So it makes sense to us that it is becoming so mainstream.
In 2017, Sarah and Erica saw not just an opportunity to satisfy a growing market, but to pay homage to their Jewish roots.
We wanted to have a good sandwich selection that really epitomizes like New York deli food. So obviously a bagel and lox was going to be there.
Orchard Grocer sells a variety of vegan sandwiches, including Reubens and tuna melts. But the sisters are most passionate about serving up a sense of nostalgia.
People are so worried about giving things up. So I think just creating those alternatives and just something that people are familiar with and gives them that feeling of home.
Yeah, like we haven't had to give up our Sunday tradition of bagels and lox.
To help make their unique deli a reality, the sisters hired vegan chef Nora Vargas. Nora shares a passion for plant-based foods. She also knows how to turn carrots into salty lox. How did you come up? I mean, you have to think, okay, what can mimic a smoked salmon?
Yeah.
So how did you, was it look like you thought, well, the only orange vegetable out there
Exactly.
other than a sweet potato is carrot.
We know the texture that we need to go for. We know the flavor that we want to go for. So we started with the color and then we just kind of built it from there.
Okay, so let's get started. I'm
Let's do
really
it.
fascinated.
Okay, all right, I'm excited. So we have prepared, what do we have? Maybe 10 pounds of carrots here
Wow.
for you.
These are huge. These would have been huge carrots.
Seriously, yeah, like
Wow.
the size of my forearm.
But you have sliced them very thin on a mandolin?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
exactly. All right, so we're all gloved up and we are going to, the next step in this process is to apply our rub
Okay.
to our carrots. So in here we have a mixture of sugar, salt, and the rest I can't tell you about.
Oh, it's a secret kind of
Exactly,
thing. So
yeah.
this would be kind of like the brine that you would use, the dry brine that you would use
Yes.
on fish.
Exactly.
Except
yeah.
it's going on vegetables.
Yeah, we got our inspiration for a lot of different components of this recipe from the way that you would actually prepare fish if we were preparing fish and not carrots.
Right.
Coat everything.
Interesting.
Oh no, don't smell it. Don't figure out the secret just by
I'm-
smelling it. Okay, now,
Because if I figure it out, she's going to have to kill me.
so I'm just gonna start rubbing, just smushing everything in there. Once we get everything coated, we would let this sit for 3 to 6 hours, probably. Okay, great. So I think we nailed it.
Okay.
In here,
Another secret ingredient?
definitely.
Jeez,
Yeah, but I can
a
tell
lot
you.
of secrets here at Orchard.
I'll tell you a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, so it's a combination of olive oil and aquafaba.
Aquafaba.
Yeah, are you familiar with that ingredient?
I don't know.
You know when you're opening up a can of beans
Right.
and you gotta drain them?
Yes.
The stuff that you drain out, that's aquafaba.
Aquafaba.
It's bean water.
It's bean juice.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna pour,
Okay.
and then you can kind of do the same process
Okay,
that we did
same
before.
process.
Just squish it all in there, okay? Yeah, perfect. After we had let our carrots sit for 3 to 6 hours, we toss them in the oven.
So they bake.
We like to call it cold smoking, just to sound like classy.
Like the process of making smoked salmon.
Exactly, yeah.
That does look very much like smoked salmon. And what would a bagel and lox be without the cream cheese? This vegan spread is made with raw cashews, salt, some secret spices, and coconut oil, all blended together with soft tofu.
Should we make a bagel?
Sure, let's do it. Chai talking. Cheers. This is a really terrific idea.
Thank you.
Thank you for opening my eyes.
Oh, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. That
Yeah.
was fantastic. Okay, a great way to finish things up. I mean, we've seen the history, we've gone to the past, we were in the present, and you have brought us the lox and bagels of the future! A bagel with cream cheese and smoked salmon is a uniquely American combination. Born from Jewish roots, transformed by local ingredients, and carried on by new generations, this breakfast tradition has truly stood the test of time when it comes to food in New York City.
Good morning. Polar plunge. Frigid temperatures now blanketing much of the country, and Al's tracking the growing threat of a major winter storm, a powerful weekend nor'easter that could bring significant snow, winds, and flooding to the East Coast. The timing and your full forecast straight ahead. Take a hike? The Fed expected to announce today that it will raise interest rates with the economy and the stock market in turmoil and record inflation forcing Americans to dig deeper. What this key decision could mean for you and your bills in the weeks ahead. Enormous consequences. President Biden issues a direct warning to Vladimir Putin, saying the Russian leader could be personally sanctioned if Russian troops invade Ukraine.
This would be the largest invasion since World War II. It would change the world.
The Pentagon bracing for conflict with U.S. weapons arriving in the country overnight. Richard Engel is there live. Those stories plus showdown at Spotify, music icon Neil Young taking on the streaming service, and its controversial podcaster Joe Rogan. Just ahead, why the legendary rock star is threatening to pull his songs. And Cooperstown calling. Yes! Beloved Red Sox slugger David Ortiz heading to baseball's Hall of Fame, the only player elected this year, marking the end of the line for other big-name stars. The reaction from fans and Big Papi's big celebration today, Wednesday, January 26th, 2022.
From NBC News, this is Today with Savannah Guthrie and Hoda Kotb. From Studio 1A in Rockefeller Plaza.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today. It's Wednesday morning, and we're really glad you started it with us.
We were trying to get David Ortiz to join us live, but he may be partying because it was a big night for him. He has a huge smile from his playing days. It was on full display. He got that Hall of Fame news. Of course, there was also some controversy over this year's vote. We're going to get into all of it just ahead.
All right, but we want to begin this morning with a bitter cold across much of the country. A lot of folks feeling it. The Midwest is dealing with that. Also heavy snow overnight.
Yeah, here's a look at what millions are waking up to this morning. Parts of the upper Midwest and New England facing sub-zero temperatures, wind chills reaching negative 45 degrees in some spots.
Another concern is a storm system that's expected to develop off the Carolinas, and it could become a potent nor'easter just in time for the weekend. Al's got your forecast details, but let's get started with NBC's Shaquille Brewster. He's in Des Moines this morning. Hi, Shaq. Morning.
Good morning, guys. Well, I can confirm it is extremely cold outside right now. I brought a thermometer with me this morning, and you see the needle dangling right around 0 degrees, but the temperature is really about 5 below, but you add in the wind chill, it gets even colder than that. Not just here in Iowa, but across the region, many are waking up to their coldest temperatures of the season.
This morning, from Kansas to Michigan, a midweek blast of cold pummeling the Midwest. Millions under winter weather alerts. Bitter temperatures and brutal winds pack a serious 1-2 punch.
The advisories issued when it's dangerously cold. 15 to 30 minutes, that's it for exposed skin.
Extreme wind chills making it feel well below zero. Negative 20 in Chicago, negative 28 in Minneapolis, and 35 below zero in Duluth. The frigid temperatures in Minnesota bringing the coldest sunrise of the season over Lake Superior. The view from above showing snow quickly